Okay, good day there, mates. Hello. And welcome to another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. And yeah, that's about all of that you're going to get out of me, at least until I've had a couple more of these. But welcome, friends. How are you? Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Right here live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, USA. And as I probably have alluded to sufficiently enough, well, we're down under tonight. It is the FNO Downunder. Right, another shrimp on the bobby, eh, mates? No rules, just right. But, anyway, welcome and hello, and it is our Friday Night Ops Down Under, FNO Down Under, which we do about once a year. And I can bring you the VAT-USA events calendar, VATUSA.net, pilot tools, events calendar, April the 4th, the Friday Night Ops Down Under. So FNO, Friday Night Ops, is a weekly event put on by VAT-USA. However, once in a while, they'll partner with another division to give us dumb Yanks someplace different to fly to on a Friday night. And in particular, this week, it's Australians' turn to host, and they are staffing up Sydney and Adelaide and Brisbane for us, as well as all the locations, of the en route locations in between. So they've put out some guidance to help us figure out what is different between the procedure up down here versus up our way, and they've put some suggested routes, some suggested sceneries, and yeah, some good information here on the post. If you're flying along tonight, make sure you read this over. But we are getting underway here, and I'm mixing the metaphors just a little bit. I'm signed on as Jetstar, but with a QantasLink livery. Now, I think QantasLink did fly this BAe-146 series, and then QantasLink then kind of became Jetstar, I think. I don't know the history very well. I have no idea what routes they did or didn't do. So I know that I'm kind of mixing the metaphors a little bit. I don't know much about the history of the Australian major air carriers, so for those of you whose immersion I've just ruined, you can feel free to sign off right now. But we are in the QantasLink livery. We will be on as Jetstar 514 this evening. We got some folks to say hi to already. We got JJ stopping in. Kenny Monsters here. 26.2 is here. And Heisenberg and ZLP7 all saying hi in the chat. Well, hello to you as well. And let's go ahead and get underway. Because I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the procedure down here, we're going to just go ahead and launch right into this. And if I'm not terribly interactive with the chat while I'm getting the plane ready to go, I apologize for that. But let's just go ahead and get to it here. In the aircraft, we got the wheel chocks on. We'll go ahead and get doors open. And we'll start powering up the plane. Battery switches, nav lights, and logo lights. We'll pull that cover off so we can easily see the radio controls down here. Matter of fact, I'm going to go, before I even forget, I'm going to pop that into transmit and receive on COM 2 for right now, because that's what we're going to start. Well, and then I'll show you how I set up the comm radios in a little bit, but let's just continue with the power-up sequence first. No smoking signs can come on. Cabin emergency lights will be armed. Avionics masters ×5 up here. The anti-skid can come on, which is there. It won't. The warning won't go off until it's got some electrical power. And then the lift spoiler systems can come on as well. We'll hop down to the bottom half of that panel. We'll get the AC and DC bus ties turned on. Cabin emergency lights was on the earlier one. Standby and inverter and generator. The APU gen is already left that on, I guess. The APU gen, okay, fuel pump left inner. We'll go ahead and start up that APU. Center fuel tank transfer can go to auto. And we can wait for some power uppage to occur here. One undocumented checklist item now taken care of. Liquid dinosaurs here. Good idea, sir. I had said when I first started talking that was the last of the Australian accent you were going to get from me, but I'm sure it'll resurface here from time to time. Where did we leave off? We got APU. Okay, APU air can now come on. We got one of the two packs on. Galley switch. And flight deck emergency lights can be armed. It looks like they are already. Okay, good, good. Down on the front side then. Front side, I know that's oxymoronic. Master warning knob is already out. Nav radios can be powered up. DME can be powered up, and then we'll hop down here to power up COM 1, COM 2, 80, oops, nope, 80F, well, power switches there. And then the two FMC interface units. Down the bottom, yaw damper. We don't yet have a squawk code, and yeah, we don't need to turn the transponder mode on yet. We'll just turn on the brake temp monitor. All right, let us get back up to the tablet. Let's start our boarding process. Now that we're powered up, we are going to be carrying the same thing I normally do, 80 passengers. Well, first of all, let's do our fuel. Starting fuel load, 17,750, so that's going to be 80,167 in each. I just type 82, and it caps it at its max capacity. 82. Okay, what do we need in the center? 1416. And I just do an instant refuel on that because we would presume that would have been done prior to us getting here. So we'll do an instant refuel. And then as far as the... let's just... I like those numbers where they are, 80, 24, and 24. But I just got to increase it by 1, decrease it by 1, and then that gives us the boarding option. So there we go. Boarding is now in progress. Over onto vPilot, we filed our flight plan. I haven't gotten anything as far as a PDC. I don't even know if they do that here. We can certainly just go ahead and call for our clearance, and we'll do that momentarily. Let's fetch the ATIS information, though. Information Victor. Runway 5 for departure. Okay. Got that. That'll be good information to have. Winds variable. Visibilities 10. Few clouds at 1900, temps 17, QNH is 1024. I don't know if I've got... I have to look at the gauge. See if we've got both the Imperial... Yeah, we do. Okay, good. So we can just set it to 1024. We got the window that tells us that. Equivalent to 3023. Nice high pressure day. Hopefully means we'll have favorable weather for you this evening. So 3023, 3023... and 3023. Back to our flow lists. Cowie's here to say, wanted to say thanks for answering my questions and for tutorials. Had my first VATSIM flight and the other day, my second today. Loads of fun, a lot less intimidating once you start doing it. That is true. You have to just dive into the water, but you know you've been good about really doing your research and trying to be as prepared as possible. And yeah, kudos to you for that. Good. Glad that you got some experience under your belt. It's your new addiction. Welcome to it. Where do we leave off here? We got the ATIS information. What was the temp? I'm going to dial that into the thrust management system now before I forget it. 17. Of course, we got a gauge right on the front panel that tells us that as well. So I guess I shouldn't stress about getting it off of the. Yeah, 17, okay. So, not minus 17. Plus side 17. Just dial that in now, and that way we'll be prepared when we get there. Alright, field elevation here is, yeah, next to nothing. 20 feet is what's showing. That seems to be correct. Let's go ahead and set up our comm radios. So down we go. We'll set the clearance frequency over here, and that is 26.1. What do I want to do? Clearance, ground, tower, and departure? Yeah, okay. So 26.1. Spin that up this way. That'll be the short way around. I believe I'm on stand... 24 Lima, 24 left. So delivery, grounds 21.7. is 20.5. Approach appears to be on 18.2. Obviously, that departure frequency
Delivery,
will be
good morning, Jetstar 765, Abden
18.2. Obviously, that frequency will be in our clearance once we get it.
Last station calling, just say that all again, please.
Jetstar 765, the city's Abden
Mustafa's here. Hey, Moose, what's going on, man?
We're over at BAe-146.
Jetstar 765.
Adelaide delivery, Qantas 346 with PDC read back.
Okay, so you request your PDC.
346, thank you.
Sorry, second, Qantas 346, you got cut off at the end.
Adelaide. Qantas 346, Adelaide delivery.
Qantas 346, we're cleared on the Avden 1 departure.
It doesn't. Request clearance is really all it says you need to say.
Apologies, I just lost it, didn't I?
Squawk, departure procedure, runway, and bay. Okay. Cowie, this plane, we're doing it with the UNS-1 FMC, so we're actually slant golf today.
Appreciate that, Qantas 346, cleared Avden 1 departure, squawk 4505, and we're at base 27.
Qantas 346, thanks, ground 121.7 for push.
117 for push, Qantas 346, select.
Adelaide clearance, Jetstar 514, information Victor. We're requesting IFR to Sydney. We're at Bay 24 left.
Jetstar 514, I don't have a flight plan for you.
No? Alright, I'll check again.
Adelaide delivery, Jetstar 763, we are Abden 1 departure, squawk is 4065 and we're at 14 left.
Oh, it says no flight plan. Alright, I know I put it in.
Jetstar 763, contact ground 121.7 for pushback.
1217 for pushback, thank you.
Interestingly, it says we found one in the database. Oh, that's why, because I filed it under the wrong flight number.
Can I have IFR to Sydney as filed, but can I have PDC, please?
Last station calling, I don't have a flight plan for you.
Cowie, yep, exactly correct. Adelaide clearance, Jetstar 514, you should have that now.
Jetstar 514, Adelaide delivery. Clear to Sydney via the Avden flight planner. Runway 05, Avden 1 departure. Climb via the SID 5000. Squawk 7214, departures 118.2.
Okay, cleared to Sydney. Flight plan route. We got the Avden 1 departure. We're going to be 5,000. And departures 118.2, squawking 7214.
Jetstar 514, thanks. And what bay are you parked on?
We're at 24 Lima, 24 left.
Jetstar 514, contact ground 121.7 for pushback.
1017 for push, Jetstar 514, thanks.
AB776, can I have IFR to Sydney as filed, but can I have
Okay, we got what we expected. Alright, so the next thing to do is jam this thing into the route here. Let's just go menu over here, and then over here we'll go to the flight plan. We are at, I almost hit K. We are not at K anything today. Why? We're Adelaide. Where are we? Why? YPAD. YPAD. Yep, that's where we be. Let's go to the menu. Let's go to departures. Departing off of runway 5 is what the ATIS advised us, I believe. Runway 5 for departure, yep. So runway 5 is selection 1, enter. The SID is the AVDEN 1, enter. And it is AVDEN 1. Yeah, that's all we got. There's no transition, so we'll just put that in the flight plan. So Noble, and then ROGS, and then AVDEN.
I fly to Sydney Asphalt with information room.
Noble, and then ROGS, and then AVDEN. We got it.
776. I've sent you a PDC.
We'll go ahead and flip over to the ground frequency, by the way. Okay, so from there, after AVDEN, it is hang on, let's go to the the full route, because the initial filed route started from the Adelaide VOR, which is not correct. So we're picking up from AVDEN. Okay, so then it's AVDEN H247, and then we'll pick up the rest of the route from there. Okay, so actually let's go previous, and then we'll go
estimated
list.
delay 2 minutes. I've got 2 aircraft to jump out of the apron.
November 50, Victor, roger.
Airways. No, not from ROGS. Not from ROGS. Back. Return. Okay, let's go next.
And Prime Air 4211, we're ready
Okay,
for
now let's
taxi.
go list. Okay, now we want to do airways off of AVDEN. Yeah, that's going to be the H247. Enter.
Alpha 3 will hold short
And
12.
we are taking that to
Prime Air 4211.
Kulin.
SR 124, continue taxi
11.
runway 12 and Foxtrot 2.
After
Foxtrot
Kulin,
3,
let's get a
Foxtrot
list,
6, runway
because
05.
now we're going to be on the
Continue cross runway 12.
Y59 to Tessitz. So let's get a list of airways. It is the Y59, and it is to Tessitz. Okay, and then we're going to be in Sydney. And we don't yet know what arrival. We can kind of guess, but we don't know the active runways yet. So I'm just going to leave it just like that for now, and then let's go back to the beginning and make sure that we're YPAD to Noble and then 17. Okay, I think we've got it.
Prime Air 4211, continue taxi via Foxtrot 2, cross
Back to
runway
the airport.
12, Foxtrot 3, holding point Foxtrot 6, runway 05.
Okay, we'll continue taxi, cross 12, Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot
Okay,
3,
down at
and
the bottom, we'll set our squawk code,
6,
which was 7
Prime Air
something.
4211 Heavy.
7, 2, 1, 4. And transponder on. Then let's go up to the heading bug. It's going to be a 042 initially, and we're going to keep that 042 until 1700, and then we're going to turn toward ROGS. After passing Noble and 1700, track direct to ROGS. So 042 is the initial heading. And the FMC should have that.
November 50 Victor, you're giving way to TBM, passing right to the left on
RNAV
Alpha
mode. Yeah,
3.
the FMC does have
continue
that.
taxi
That's
via
good.
Alpha
But
2
we'll back it
to
up with the
Baker.
analog system so that we can just slide ahead with the analog instruments in the plane. What did I say now? That's heading bug. Autopilot route is RNAV. Remote is RNAV. Our initial was 5,000.
Just 124 contact tower,
And if
now
we turn
120,
the
5, good day.
flight directors on, we can arm.
From
altitude,
4211, contact
and
tower
we can
120.
arm the heading mode.
120.5, primary 4211, thanks.
Alright, since the doors are closed, we can go ahead and set our takeoff flaps and bugs. Yeah, takeoff bugs, and then we're going to initially just go up to this 250 knots. There's no other speed restrictions on this thing, are there? 250 below 10 is the only speed restriction, so 250 is indeed what we'll bug for the departure. Alright, so the, actually, let's verify our parking brake is on. It is, okay, good. Alright, so we've taken away the wheel chocks.
Runway 12, Foxtrot 3, holding point
And
Foxtrot
let's
6,
set
runway
the, set the trim. We just kind of tap on the center of gravity. Yep, we did see the trim wheel change, so that's good. With the doors now closed, we can get the oxygen systems on. Fasten seatbelt signs can come on. Cruise, let's see, pressurization. We're going to be 29,000 feet. That's as high as we go. Cabin, you can cruise higher, although this plane is not RVSM certified, so you would just still set it to 8,000 cabin altitude. But this is the high as the needle goes. Right there, 29,000 and 8,000 cabin altitude. Ice detection can come on, and then the engine anti-ice will all come on as well. Let's pop down to the TMS. We got the... Does that still say 17? Okay, yeah, 17, 670, power set, and takeoff mode set. And, is it bugged already?
7-6.
Yeah, okay, we weren't bugged to the correct takeoff power, so now I gotta put this bug back to where I had it.
Tango Bravo, contact tower 120.5, g'day.
120.5, thanks.
Cowie, the even odd rule is true most places. There's a few exceptions, but most places it's applicable.
Adelaide, ground, good evening, Jetstar 7.
Alright, let's go. Let's get the pushback plant.
Apologies, call sign again, sorry.
Jetstar 703.
And I'm just gonna...
Holding to 703.
Just gonna assume that is what they want us to do. What's the situation? Okay, there's nobody on that side of us anyway. So we'll request our pushback. We can get our beacon lights on. We can get a couple things prepared. We're going to get the rest of the fuel pumps on. We're going to get the packs off. And start master on. And then we'll be ready to go. 21.7 is our ground. Let's see if the ATIS information is still Victor. Okay, we're good. Adelaide ground, Jetstar 514 off of stand 24 left with information Victor. We're ready to push.
Jetstar 514, push approved.
Push approved, Jetstar 514, thanks. Okay.
Adelaide ground, Qantas 346.
We are rolling. We'll start with the number 4. We'll wait for 2%. Fuel coming in.
Qantas 346, push approved.
Push approved, Qantas 346.
As soon as the red light goes out, we'll jump up and get the next one going. There we go. Wait for 2%. There we go. Just about there.
763, we're ready for taxi.
Oh, was that JustFlight 763?
Confirm, JustFlight 763.
JustFlight 763, taxi via Bravo 1 if able, Alpha 6, Foxtrot 2, hold short, runway 12.
Okay, waiting for the red light to go out.
I'm sorry, can I get that
Up
again,
top.
please, for JustFlight 763?
JustFlight 763, are you able to make a left there on Bravo 1?
Okay, left on Bravo 1, JustFlight 763.
JustFlight 763, Bravo 1, Alpha 6, Foxtrot 2, hold short, runway 12.
2%, fuel coming in.
Alright, left on Bravo 1, Alpha 6, Fox 2, and hold short, runway 12. JustFlight 763.
I'm pretty much expecting either Lima or Kilo out to Alpha 6, Alpha 5, Alpha 4, Foxtrot 2.
Adelaide
down
ground,
there,
good
something
evening,
like
or
that.
good morning rather, it's Alpaca 162 on 16 left, request close and start.
160 to...
Alright, red lights out.
Push approved.
Push approved, Alpaca 162.
Apologies, 162, hold position, brake, Jetstar 703, give way to the company 320, push approved.
Give way to the company 320 and then push approved, Jetstar 703.
Alright, waiting for the final red light to go out. And then we got just a couple of little things I'll rip through as quickly as I can to get out of the way of these other guys. There we are. Selector off, start masters off. Packs can come back on. Bends. Anti-icing off, screen and probe heat all on. Come up top, brake fans to auto. Let's get some hydraulic pressure, and then we'll get the hydraulic cross feeds on. I think I got everything there. I've been doing that one by memory lately, and I think I've got...
Our pushback tug got mad for us and decided to run away.
Hated when that happens.
Who's this, sorry?
Selector, start master, engine anti-icing, gens, packs,
Yeah,
speed
no
probe
problem, I'm
heats.
just sending out another
We're
aircraft
good.
before you, sorry.
Let's go ahead and check our flight controls. We're really checking the
Jetstar
yeah,
703, Adelaide ground, are you moving
those little gauges there.
Hey, phone, we're releasing brake now.
And then we're good there.
Gotcha.
Laps 18. Parking brake off. We're going to wait till flaps 18 is fully selected. While we're waiting on that, we can do a couple things like weather radar, transponder mode. Things that we wouldn't really do until you were at the whole short line, but we'll just get them done now because I'm a single person. Okay, so flaps 18 fully set now. Config check is passed. And we are ready to go. Background Jetstar 514 off of 24 left with Victor ready to taxi.
Jetstar 514, hold position for now, just got one in front of you.
Oh. Alright, expecting to be airborne by about 10 minutes from now, so we're not doing too bad. Minimum departure fuel 6,300 kilos. That means we should have 30 and change in each. Yeah, plus we got some in the center too, so we're good. We're plenty. Brake check, by the way, passed. As we do see brake pressure in both sides. I love that the FSLTO includes liveries for some of our more popular fictional airlines like Alpaca. That's kind of neat. Departure frequency is 18.2. We do indeed have that set. We'll alert cabin crew, we'll do lights, and then think we're good to go other than that.
One 346 ready for taxi information, Victor.
376, taxi by Kilo, Alpha 6, hold short runway 12 on Foxtrot 2.
Facing Lima.
763, cross runway 12, continue taxi via Foxtrot 3.
Facing Lima.
Foxtrot 6, holding point, runway 05.
Continue taxi, we cross runway 12, radio Foxtrot 3 and 6 and hold short 05, JustStar 763.
JustStar 514, follow traffic 737 ahead of you by Kilo. Alpha 6, hold short runway 12 and Foxtrot 2.
Kilo, Alpha 6, and short of 12 on Foxtrot 2, JustStar 514. Alright, and he said
Adelaide ground, JustStar 761, A320 at stand 25, ready for pushback.
So that's the one behind us.
761, give way to the company, the bay behind you, right to left of the Jetstar aircraft, and then push approved.
Give way to the company behind me, then push approved, JustStar 761.
Yeah, there we go.
JustStar 763, contact tower 120.5, good day.
120.5, thank you.
Alright, we're rolling, friends, we're rolling. On time, no less.
JustStar 703 ready for taxi, and just for your information, we can make that Bravo 1 turn.
Roger, JustStar 703, taxi via Bravo 1, Alpha 6, hold short of Kilo.
Bravo 1, Alpha 6, holding short Kilo, JustStar 703.
And get a taxi light on just to
Grand.
signify that we're rolling.
We're over at gate 23, requesting push and start.
JustStar 803, push approved.
Push approved.
I know, Kenny, right? Kenny says on time, jinx.
JustStar 703, continue taxi, amended
We'll see what the
taxi, Bravo
delay
1,
is
Alpha
when we
6.
get down to the end. It looks like there are a couple of aircraft
Foxtrot 2,
down at the
hold short
end.
runway 12.
But it doesn't look like there's...
On,
Doesn't look like a terrible
Foxtrot 2,
knob
hold
scene.
short runway 12, JustStar 703.
Alright, so we're coming around the bend, then left on the Foxtrot 2 and short of runway 12. I expect we'll get some additional taxi instructions prior to us reaching that. The first left will be Echo 1. The second left will be Foxtrot 2, and yeah, we're still just following.
Class 346, continue taxi, cross runway 12, Foxtrot 3, holding point Foxtrot 6, runway 05, good day.
Cross runway 12, continue taxi, Foxtrot 3 for Foxtrot 6, holding point 05.
We should get that same exact instruction.
JustStar 514, continue taxi, cross runway 12, Foxtrot 3, holding point Foxtrot 6, runway 05.
Cross 12, Foxtrot 3, holding point Foxtrot 6 for runway 5. JustStar 514, we'll see you.
And Alpaca 162, request taxi, information Victor, able Foxtrot 4.
Alpaca 162, taxi via Lima. Just caution the 321 pushing from the apron. Lima, Alpha 6, Foxtrot 2, hold short runway 12.
Okay, we'll caution the 321, taxi Lima,
All
Alpha
right,
6,
friends.
Foxtrot 2, hold short 12, Alpaca 162.
Ground, JustStar 761, ready for taxi, we can also take Foxtrot 4.
Like Kenny has intimated here, like we have yet to experience our mission glitch for the day.
Give way to the 321, left to right
Just,
on Alpha
just
6.
about means we're
Alpha
begging
6,
for it right now.
Foxtrot 2, hold short runway 12.
Taxi Kilo, give way to the 321 on Alpha 6. Alpha 6, Foxtrot 2, hold short runway 12, JustStar 761.
Just as a...
JustStar 763, you still with me? 346, contact tower 120.5, good day.
Just as a reminder, on the on the departure.
Apologies, Tower 1.
1700 straight before we turn toward Roggs.
Just off 514, time for you. Contact 120.5, g'day. Start.
20.5 Jetstar 514, we'll see.
Other station calling for push, go ahead.
Guy in front of me, I think he thinks he's a Formula 1 driver. He's got to do some zigzags and warm up the tires.
Jet 763, runway 05, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 05, Jetstar 763.
Alright, so there's him. He's got his takeoff clearance. We got one in front of us. I don't see anybody else. We might be, might roll up down here, number 2 for departure, friends. Yeah, right, Kenny. No, sure.
Flight Tower Qantas 346 approaching hold point Foxtrot 6 runway 05. 346 Adelaide Tower, g'day, runway 05, line up. Line up runway 05, Qantas 346.
And Tower Jetstar 514 holding in sequence behind him.
Jetstar 514 Adelaide Tower, g'day.
Good eye.
Tap in to secure.
Taxi lights off. Yeah, you're right. You got to get that extra traction. It accelerates better. Right. Physics has joined the chat and would like a word.
Jetstar 763, contact departures, g'day.
Departure is Jetstar 763, thank you, bye.
Right. Helps make the tires bouncier so you can jump into the air. I love it. I love all the explanations. I think they're fantastic. I think they're also completely wrong. Either he was distracted because he was going through his pre-takeoff checks, or he was showing off for you guys.
Oh, sorry, 46, runway 05, clear for takeoff. 05, clear for takeoff, Qantas 346.
I'm gonna bank on pre-flight checks. Don't see nor hear anybody coming in on runway 5. Could be rolling. I thought I saw the nose dip down like he was throttling up the engines. Did he blow one of those tires? There he goes. Alright, I got the nav page here. Let's get the nav page here and the flight plan page here.
Jetstar 514, runway 05, line up.
We'll line up runway 5, Jetstar 514. Alright, strobes are coming on. Forward-facing lights will hold on until we get actual takeoff clearance. Double check, nobody coming.
Tower, good evening, Jetstar 703. We're short at 05.
Jetstar 703, Adelaide Tower, good day.
Adelaide Tower, Jetstar 761, holding in sequence, runway 05.
Jetstar 761, Adelaide Tower, good day. Break, Qantas 346, contact departures, good day. Departure at Qantas 346, yeah.
It's 1700 and then right turn toward Ruggs.
Adelaide Tower, good morning. Alpaca
got our normal
fully ready.
normal takeoff sequence to manage as well.
162, Adelaide Tower, good day.
Turn off lights are up here. We'll get landing lights on as well. Ready on the brakes just in case. I assume since most of us are going kind of the same direction, they've got to put a lot of space in between us.
Jetstar 514, runway 05, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 05, Jetstar 514.
TMS sets takeoff.
Alright, friends, here we go. Right, power set, a little forward pressure on the yoke.
Speed alive, both sides.
Concur. Cross check.
80 knots, cross checked.
Likewise.
Power set, flex achieved.
Yep, agree.
V1. Rotate.
Alright, there we go.
V2. Positive rate of climb, gear up.
It's 1700 and then we turn. Right now.
Jetstar 703, runway 05, line up.
Line up 05, Jetstar 703.
Pitch down to a 1,000 foot per minute climb.
All stations, satellite terminal information, whiskey is now current. Changes wind variable 100 to 200 knots, 05 knots. Cloud
Speed.
2,200, temperature 18. Changes Adelaide terminal.
Okay, we're good. We're past the red bug. I don't hear the call, but go ahead and get the flaps in.
Jetstar 514, contact departures, go.
Go on the departure, Jetstar 514, we'll see it. Alright, 1700, we'll make the right turn. Direct to Roggs and enter and LNAV and indicated airspeed. And we missed the indicated airspeed, so we're going to pitch up manually. Adelaide departure Jetstar 514 is 2,700 going to 5.
Jetstar 514 identified, current by seat flight level 240.
Alright, 240 via the SID, Jetstar 514. 240, as soon as we can. We capture the indicated airspeed. There. And then let's redo a direct to ROGS.
Tango Bravo, contact
There.
centre 123.05, g'day.
Over to centre 123.
That's still not capturing the indicated airspeed. Come on, 250, right? Bubbles right on it. Capture it. Okay, it's changing the pitch. Alright, and let's finish setting the assigned altitude 240.
Adelaide approach, g'day. Caliber 66 Alpha on the task flight level 150 for 9000 and received information.
Okay, seems like it's holding the 250 a little bit better now.
Compass 56 Alpha, Adelaide approach, g'day. You can expect the RMP approach runway 05. Adelaide UNS-1
Pitch down just a little bit to get a little bit better on. We're like 245. Just pitch down just a little tiny little bit. Then as soon as that bubble gets back on, indicated airspeed mode. Okay, I think it's got it now. All right, gear up, flaps up. We're coming up on 10. Pressure check is good. We'll go ahead and get the forward-facing lights off. And we can also now switch over to engine air for our packs. APU air can come off, APU can come off, and the hydraulic crossfeed systems can come
Adelaide
off.
departure, good evening. Jetstar 703 climbing out of 4,000 for 5.
Jetstar 703, Adelaide approach, g'day. You're identified. Climb by SID, flight level 240.
Alright, so we're coming up on ROGS, 6 miles from ROGS, and we should be making a fairly substantial left turn to that point, Avden. And we are in max continuous thrust mode. Warning panels looking good. There's only a warning about us the fuel transfer, which is normal. Them's my shoes is here. Alright, well, fingers crossed, guys. So far, the departure has gone okay. Landing lights, turn off lights, engine air off, APU air, engine air on, APU air off, APU off, and the cross feeds and cabin pressure check. Okay. So far, so good. Oh, by the way, I'm waiting till 18 to change the standard pressure. But I'm wrong. The transition altitude's 10,000 here. So we can go ahead and change to standard pressure now. And it is the same. It's 2992 as we're used to in the States. However, they would refer to it as 1013 millibars or hectopascals. Since our gauge has both on it concurrently. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we'll still do... We'll still do a pressure check at 18, though. At 10,000, the pressure needle should be about 1/3 of the way up. At 18, they should be about 2/3 of the way up, and as cruise, they should be kind of at their high mark there. So far, so good, guys. As I mentioned before, we're kind of mixing the metaphors tonight. Although I think that Qantas Link became Jetstar, but I don't know if they were flying under the Jetstar call sign while they were flying these Avrojets or the 146. So I'm again real foggy on my commercial air carrier history in the Australia region. So Yeah, we're just, plus I didn't have a Jetstar livery for this. So we're just going as Qantas Link livery, Jetstar call sign, and y'all will just have to live with it.
Adelaide departures, g'day, just 761, level 5000.
Just 761, identify, climb by flight level 240.
Breathe said flight level 240, just 761.
Alright, there's our 18. Again, we've already done transition altitude because transition altitude was 10,000 here. But again, just a pressurization check, everything looking good. Yeah, it seems like we've had some difficulty with the plane catching that indicated airspeed mode the first time, the last few times I've flown it. So I'm wondering now if it's like a persistent...
514, connection at 123.05 today.
123.05, Jester 514, we'll see you. So I'm wondering if it's some sort of persistent glitch in the plane now. One, 2-3-0-5.
219, request descent.
13219, when ready, descent flight level 130.
When ready, descent flight level 130, 290.
Melbourne Center, Jetstar 514 is 195 going to 240.
Jetstar 514, Seneca 19, climb flight level 290.
290, Jetstar 514. Alrighty. We managed not to break anything so far. Fingers crossed. Just to be a little bit ahead of the game here. Let's get some frequencies ready to go. So they got more than one ground frequency, so that's a little bit tricky. And they got more than one tower frequency, that's a little bit tricky. So that kind of means we don't know which one we're going to get. I would expect we're going to, since we're approaching from the west, I expect we'll get the western runway, and we'll speak to the western controllers. That's just an assumption. I don't really know. So I'm going to set 20.5.
134, I'll call you back, break, Connie 554.
20.5 and 27.6 as my guesses. 20.5, 27.6. 20.5 and 27.6. And then I'll come back to the stream activity. 20.5. Again, just guesses for now. Just trying to be ahead of the game. If it works out, great. If not, we'll adjust on the fly. 20.5 and 27.6 was it? Gred Stetta, hit the follow button, Gred. Appreciate you being here. So 20.5 and 27.6, those are our best guesses. But we're using COM 1 for now. I'm just trying to get the local frequencies at Sydney put into the COM 2 just so that when we get there, it's a easy one-button click to get switched over to tower rather than having to dial everything.
China 761, actually descent flight level 130 when ready.
130, China 761.
Turkish 124, give me correction, squawk 1515.
1515, Turkish Fox 1. Tower Infinity Evening, Jetstar 703, 20.6 for 240.
703. JustFlight 03, good morning, climb flight level 350.
350, dispatch energy.
Gauge 174, identified, clear, Sydney, Alice Springs, climb.
Other thing we can kind of do, get a preview of the ATIS there. Landing on 16 left and right for arrivals and departures. Okay, so they're landing on the 16s. So I kind of expect 16 right. 1015 is the it's the altimeter there, the QNH there. Because this could all change by the time we get there as well. So I'm kind of expecting 16 right. We do know for certain it's the 16s. I'm going to set 1015 on the standby altimeter and also on the first officer side, just to have that done ahead of time. Since we don't have that fancy schmancy like pre-arm, you know, set it and then bump it once, I just set it in the standby just so that when we descend through the transition altitude, I'll be able to just glance down here and be like, oh, that's right, 29, 97, or 1015, really. 24, we got 5,000 to go. Climb performance is starting to deteriorate. We are getting 857 out of all 4 engines still. The TMS is not saying anything about us needing to advance the throttles at all. That's good with what they've got. I can kind of even them out. Just aesthetically, it looks nicer if they're all in the same spot. But other than that, it's all good. So we're done with that departure as well. Don't really know where we're parking. I don't know where Jetstar parks here, so I guess we'll let them assign a gate, or if they tell us, we'll just say, you know, if they say, yeah, where are you parking? Yeah, wherever Jetstar parks is fine. Or we'll look on VATSIM radar and see where the other Jetstars are. That's probably the best thing to do. That's probably what we'll do. So if we're coming from Kulin or Tyrrell or Rivets.
India, November, Tango, Oscar Golf.
Roger, now direct in talk China 71.
So let's look at arrivals into.
346, contact center now 132.946.
Let's look at arrivals into Sydney. Okay, so we got the Rivet 4 on nav arrival, so we're coming from Rivet, so it's kind of a given that we're going to be flying that. Does it say anything about... Oh, okay. Rivet to the 16s. 049 to Tessit. Expect radar vectors. So we're just tracking all the way into to Tessit. So we'll go Rivet, and that'll give us the... That'll give us the altitude restrictions as well. And then we'll probably get broken off prior to reaching Tessit, I expect. But we can assume Rivet 4 on nav arrival. I'm going to just put in 16 right as a guess. And then let's just also pin ILS 16 left and ILS 16 right just to have them prepared. Oh, and we want to pin this also. We got the Rivet 4, 16 left and right ready to go, and then airport information and then gates, all kind of ready to go. Alright, so let's jump into the FMC and let's punch in our routing information that we believe is going to happen. We'll go here, menu, arrive at Sydney. We're going to, again, just take a stab and say runway 3. At that point, and honestly, if the routing is just radar vectors, we don't even need to change the FMC. All we need to do is change the radio frequency, because we're going to track that in via the radio beacon, not via the RNAV box at that point, so we really won't need to change anything even if we get a different runway assignment. So that'll make it easy. We can even tune 16 right in the active and 16 left in the standby in our radio, our nav1. It is, what star is it? That's the Rivet 4, so that's the star number 6 here on this list. And we're going to assume ILS 16 right. No transition available there. And so we'll just pop that into the flight plan. So, above cooling, Taral, rivet, Tessit. Oh, see, okay, so we got rivet and then Tessit and then rivet again. So let's just back this up to there. Oh, nope, we do it differently here. Delete and rivet, delete. So after, yeah, let's go back and check. After Taral, yeah, then it's rivet, and then it's the star that we were just looking at. Bigham above 8, Tammy below 9. Boogie above 6. And Tessit. And then it's going to be vectors, but then at that point we're on the Orden and Agala. I guess that's on 16, right? Orden and Agala, again, there's no transition. Okay, so we're looking good here. Let's just do a little descent planning. Let's get the nav information over here. Let's get VNav over here. Target vertical speeds 2,000. And so we'll start some descent planning. I might make some adjustments to those constraints, because the box is just going to assume that we want to hit them all just as they are. But you know what I mean? We don't have to be all the way down to 8 by the time we get to Bigham. We could be higher because we got 10 miles to get to Tammy at 9. So we could be at like 9, 10, we could be at like 12,000 at Bigham. Matter of fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not even going to need to do my full calculations. This is pretty easy. 6,000 at Boogie, 10 miles is 3 more thousand to Tammy, and then 10 miles is 3 more thousand. Let's go 12,000 at Bigham. Let's just make that change now and be done with it. 32.6, Jetstar 514, we'll see you.
Yep.
Okay, we'll get back to that VNav information in just a moment. Let me get checked in on my new frequency. 32.6. Center Jetstar 514 is 285 going to 290.
So 514 Melbourne, good morning.
Alrighty, good morning. So we're 400 to go. And then we can go ahead and turn off the fasten seatbelt signs. And then as soon as we level off, the airspeed is going to start picking up. We'll bug Mach 7.1 there. And we'll let it kind of gradually come up on its own, and then we'll switch over to our cruise power. And then we'll have to, our cruise power, I've got it set to 670, but then we'll just have to monitor the bubble and the airspeed gauge. And, oh, by the way, the ground speed indication. That's something I didn't even think about. You can kind of monitor, and you can have a much more fine-tuned indication as to whether you're still accelerating or decelerating. You know, you can see that a little bit here. You see a 1 knot difference, whereas over here you might not notice a 1 knot difference. You kind of have to look for a longer-term trend. But here you could see whether you're still picking up speed or whether it's settled in or what have you. Papa Charlie with the resubscription, 55-month resubscription. Happy Friday, everybody. Or is it Saturday? Yes, it is, in fact. It is Saturday morning. We jokingly refer to this as an SNO, SMO rather, Saturday morning op.
Runway 16, the Aubrey 7 Alpha arrival at the start signal.
An Iowa Scotsman has also checked in. Alright, bubble's still coming up, and we'll knock it back from climb power to cruise power here in just a moment. And then what did I say we were going to do?
For the 797, contact me 132.6, respect stop.
132.
And that shouldn't have affected the others. 12, and then Tammy, and then 6 at Boogie, and then those are from the approach. So there's 2,000 there. And we're good. 388 miles to our top of descent, and if we were to start down right now, 300 feet per minute would do it. Of course, we're not going to do that. Okay, there's where we want to be in terms of our cruise speed. The white arrows in the top 4 boxes there were telling me that I needed to reduce the throttles. All you have to do is get it close enough, and the box will just take it from there. Not truly an auto throttle, but it does kind of help you fine-tune and synchronize the 4 engines. So now it's happy. So there's no arrows in these boxes. It's happy with where I have the sticks now. And so now it's going to adjust on its own to get 670, and then let's see what's happening. Oh, we're lost quite a bit of speed there. So let's set it much, much higher, 720. We're getting 500 knots across the ground. We must have a crazy tailwind.
Can we request 5 minutes away? No, it's your back.
Problem.
623, no worries, report back.
Problem is, if we're getting that crazy tailwind, so is everybody else. So we're still probably about 50, 60 knots slower than the rest of the pack here. I'm gonna bump this up just for a few moments.
approach at China 75120.
Get back up to our bugged speed. But then I'm gonna drop it back to 700 even and see how well or poorly that causes it to just settle in.
123.050.
So let's double check, by the way, if I do indeed get 16 right as an arrival. Tower would be, yeah, 20.5, and ground would be east of 16 right. So if we land 16 right and turn left, 21.7. So 20.5 and 21.7. That seems to be the right frequencies. 20.5. 20. Okay, so 21.7 is what I need to change to. again, just guesses for now. We'll adjust the plan when we get closer, but I'm just taking a stab at being ahead of the game here. Okay, the bubble's almost back up to where we want it. I mean, that can...
Vista 703, when ready.
There's 7, 7, 1, 7, 2, bug 7, 3. Still coming up just a little bit. Alright, we'll kind of continue to monitor, but I think we're okay there. Alright, well, so far so good. It was not. There were a lot of planes at the gate at Adelaide, but it wasn't really a mob scene taxiing out. It seemed like a pretty orderly flow. We did wait just a little bit in our pushed position before we got taxi instructions, but not anything outlandish in terms of wait time. Got sequenced out there pretty expediently, and we were number 2 in line by the time we got there. And a brief wait on the runway. But all in all, so far so good. Now, let's see what happens when we get up to Sydney.
Canara, hello, Jet 761, flight level 370.
Are we going to get run over?
761, that was good morning.
Ground speed 517, ground speed 586, ground speed 576, ground speed 605. Yeah, all these. Oh, there's 448. So these 3 guys are all going to run us over. Hopefully they don't hold those guys up. Hopefully they'll let those guys pass over us. Alright, the speed's still kind of creeping slowly up. That's about where we want it right there. Mach 7.3. About the best we're going to do. So we'll... set at 750. Man, I guess I'm gonna leave it there. Man, it seems like it's still creeping up a little bit. I'm gonna set it and I'm gonna knock it down to 740. I don't want to knock it down too much. This is a lot better ground speed than we're used to getting in this aircraft, but like I said, everybody around us is still getting way better ground speed, and that we are used to. That's okay, though. We'll take it. It means we'll get in earlier than I anticipated as far as my calculations go. And we'll take that. I feel like that bubble's still ever so slightly creeping upward, but this is holding steady at 519, so it's probably my imagination. Beautiful bird, is it not? I mean, I guess technically I should be showing it to you like this, right? That speed's kind of settled in. I'm going to stop stressing over it. I mean, we'll have to kind of continue to monitor just in case there's atmospheric differences where we're headed. Again, this is not really an auto throttle. It's not going to maintain that bug speed automatically. It's going to maintain this particular engine output. And what that engine output does in terms of speed is up to us to kind of monitor.
Go ahead.
But for right now, it seems like it's doing just fine.
The vertical speed indication. Therefore, I believe we're no longer RVF10 compliant. We request level 280.
Descent level 280.
Roger, we'll descent level 280, Jedi 6
Jet 761 is back.
Yeah, interesting transmission that we just heard. One of the Slant Lima aircraft, of course they don't refer to it as Slant Lima, Slant Golf outside of the U.S. And in some ways don't do that inside the U.S. anymore. The controllers do, but the FAA flight plans now align with the ICAO flight plans. At least is it the international ones? I think a domestic one still does have the regular code. I don't know. I digress. Anyway, what we just heard was another aircraft say that they had a failure of their vertical speed indicator. So, of this gauge here. And you might think, well, that's no big deal as long as you can see your altitude.
360.
However, that is one of the requirements for RVSM. And if you are really, really well versed in reduced vertical separation minimum requirements, you know that, hey, if I lose my vertical speed indication, I'm no longer really allowed to be between flight level 290 and flight level 410. So, very interesting. Yeah. Right, 26.2, we were keeping up foreign relations. Something like that, I think you're talking about.
Good day, Alpaca 162, flight level 370. Apologies, did not get handed off in the previous control.
Hello, Speedboard 4 Romeo Juliet, contact center 128.4. Good day. Center 124, contact center 128.4. Good day.
I knew the line you were talking about. And what were you doing there?
Center 124, Melbourne Center.
Center 124, go ahead.
Center 124, contact Melbourne Center 128.4. Good morning.
So we picked up one more knot, but I'm gonna call that stable airspeed.
Melbourne Center.
Go out on a limb and we'll call that stable airspeed.
420 Melbourne Center.
Just requesting 3 minutes away from cockpit.
No worries, report back.
We'll report back, Jedi 420.
Hey, since we seem to have a few moments, friends. Oh, of course, yeah, 26.2, timely post indeed, in terms of Val Kilmer's tragic passing. Relatively gone, 65, but I know he had a lot of health issues. Obviously, he made an appearance in Top Gun Maverick just a couple years ago and portrayed the part of an aging admiral with lots of health issues, but of course that was portrayed that way because of the actor's situation, and very sad. But yeah, fortunately we got such a great repertoire in film of him to have so many great memories. And the original Top Gun is one of the all-time classics, of course. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted there for a second. On much happier note, guys, especially if you're new to this live stream, we've got some monthly raffle drawings that we do. We'll go ahead and go over how you enter those. Every month we do a raffle drawing toward the end of every month. And the winner gets their choice of a Slant Alpha merch item of their choice, t-shirt, ball cap, mousepad, coffee mug, or tote bag. Or if you don't want any of that stuff, an electronic gift card, Amazon or xplane.org store or SIM market. How do you enter, you may ask? Well, I will tell you so you don't have to ask. There are two, actually. On the odd-numbered months, January, March, May, etc., we pull what's called our alphabets points raffle. That's the one that you enter with the alphabets points, aka the Twitch channel points right there at the bottom of the chat pad. You got the alphabet serial icon down there that represents those points. The button next to that tells you how many you have. And if you click on that, you'll have options to redeem 2,000 points for an entry into our bi-monthly alphabets raffle. If you save up and cash in 10,000 at a time, you can actually get 6 for the price of 5. So you do get a little bit extra buying power if you save up and do 10,000 at once. So 2,000 for 1, 10,000 for 6. And that's how you enter the alphabets points raffle. That next drawing will be toward the end of the month of May. Our landing rate raffle is the one that you enter, or can potentially enter, can attempt to enter, every time we perform a landing on this live stream. When we get established on the approach or in the pattern, we will ask you for your predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown in terms of feet per minute. When the time comes, you'll start putting those numbers in. Not now. Not now. But when the time comes, you'll start putting those numbers into the chat. And whoever is closest to the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface, as determined by our little stats pop-up that comes up off screen. When we get parked at the gate, we'll go over that number and figure out who our winner was. And that person gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. Yeah, Cowie, you can't put the number in now if you got to be around during the approach. However, your guess is noted. It's a popular number, so you'll probably end up in like a 4-way tie with somebody, but that's fine. But yeah, you can't put those in until we get established on the approach. That drawing we do toward the end of the even-numbered month, so the next one there will be toward the end of the month of April. You can put it in now, you just won't be entered. Fair enough. That is accurate. Our next landing rate raffle drawing will occur on the 29th. So that'll be the Tuesday right after Cross the Pond. Yeah, we picked up one more knot. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it alone. The more I tinker with it, the more I stress over it, the more I'm going to drive myself nuts. That's star 514?
What's your maximum speed you're able to do in Mach number?
Right now, it's about 7.3, what we're doing now.
5.8, so what's the maximum speed you're able to increase to?
No, that's what I'm saying, is we are doing it.
It's finger licking good.
If you got to let those guys pass us, that's fine. Knew that was coming.
Melbourne Center, Quanta 61, with you at flight level...
Good fixes is here.
4350.
Quanta 61, Melbourne Center, today you please the RB7 Alpha Raffle runway 16.
That conversation basically went like this. Hey Jetstar 514, what's your best forward? Yes. Our best forward is yes. That's what we're doing now. Yeah, Mach 7.3 is what we're doing now. Okay, well what's your best forward? Mach 7.3, it's what we're doing now. That was fun. He was not understanding. No, Mach 7.3 is our best forward, and that's what we're doing now. I mean, I could maybe, right? I could maybe squeeze another half a Mach number. Well, I mean, it looks like 7.4 is fully below the red bar. I'm just not confident. Just not confident enough I can maintain Mach 7 for it stably enough, accurately enough, without an auto throttle. This is as close as I can get to that red barber pole without setting the alarm off. So I think we're probably just, this is the best we can do.
Roger that. Lufthansa runway, approach level 4. Cafe 105, descend flight level 130.
So we very well might see some guys shooting over top of us and leaving us in the dust here soon. Kind of expected it, like I said.
Melbourne Center, Qatari 220.
Qatari 220, Melbourne Center, good morning.
Alright, in terms of top of descent, how are we doing? Still another 218 miles. And so this is by the way, this VNAV page, it's pretty straightforward. And again, we manually edited the constraint at Bigham because it just gives us a much more consistent descent, right? 12 and then 9 and then 6 and then 3. And they are nearly equidistant, so it's not just that they're multiples of 3, but there's approximately 10 miles in between each one of those. So works out, it's a nice consistent descent. But what was I going to say with that? So anyway, it's just going to give us a, and it's telling us it's 286 miles to this first constraint at 12. Right to 170, Jetstar 514. Let's do it this way. Heading 170, enter.
130. 187.
So you can do that with the analog heading mode, right? You can do that with just the analog heading mode here on the mode control panel and the analog heading bug. But what you can also do with this UNS-1 is you can give it a command heading and the box will spit out a 170. Now the difference is it spits out a 170 track, which it looks like is about a 178. So really, to comply with the instruction as we were given it, to comply with the instruction as we were given it, it is a heading, not a track.
Down to Mach decimal 74, corner 726.
So let's just, it's a neat feature, but if it's not completely implemented the right way, or at least the way it's implemented doesn't really do what we were told to do. I think what it may do is it may put us on a 170 track line from wherever we started, but then obviously as soon as it makes that line, we've overshot it because we're not, like 90-degree turn instantly. So that may be what's going on and why that heading drifts upward rather than a wind correction there. But anyway, turn to a heading 170 is what we're instructed to do, so we're going to turn to a heading 170. So I'm gonna stop using the feature in the box. It doesn't work. Really doesn't work the way the instruction is intended. Need to know it's there though.
My apologies, 900,000 Class A.
But when we get back to the point where we're tracking in toward a waypoint, then we'll adjust that as necessary. So yeah, as expected. Now these guys are like way up. Right to 260, Jetstar 514. These guys are way above us. Right? So they could just have let them pass over top. And you're like, well, why are they even bothering sequencing when you're separated by thousands and thousands of feet anyway? Well, that's all well and good, but at some point, we are all going to descend to the same altitude, you know? So they're getting the sequencing sorted out now, rather than have them come over top of us and then have us all descend at the same time and wind up on top of each other. So yes, they could have let them overtake us just as we stood. However,
Go for 420.
they prefer to have the lateral spacing sorted out.
123.05 Jedi 420. Chris is 32.
Yeah, I know, flying upside down the whole time? Yeah, indeed. We were talking about that a little earlier. And notice our ground speed went from 500 some odd, like 520 to 360. So what's that tell you? $520 plus 360 divided by 2. We got an 80 knot tailwind. So I expect... right to 360 just for 514. I was just going to say, I expect they're going to turn us right at that Qantas Heavy. Because by the time we track the rest of our route forward, he's going to be ahead of us, you know what I mean? We're pretty much abeaming now, so... whatever it takes to get back on this path is the distance we're going to end up behind him. And then we just have to hope that this guy's not going to then run us over. By the time that guy catches up with us, we should be descending into Sydney. And at that point, you know, we're going to be on about a 280 knot descent. And that's more of a typical descent airspeed with these other jets. So by that point, the speed differential shouldn't be as substantial. Yeah, we got a nice little box pattern there to let those guys pass. It's essentially... Alright, direct to... hang on, I'm looking for it.
Melbourne Centre, just 803, requesting 5 minutes away from the flight deck.
Report back.
Report back, just 803.
514, we found it. Toba, we're direct.
514.
8. And LNF.
FA 105, approach 132.0, today.
Hotel approach 132.0, Cathay 105, good morning.
Cathay 220, for sequencing, turn right heading 220.
That's not for us.
Qatari 220 for sequencing, turn right heading 220.
Yeah, Qatari 220. I was going to say, they're not sequencing the guy right behind me, are they? No, we're good. But we should be, okay, now we're...
On the 797, descend 9,000, UNS-1.
Tobab to Kulin.
1022, 9,000.
I'm going to put the heading bug just back up to where it was. And so it doesn't do any kind of good turn anticipation for those instant direct twos, but it does pretty good turn anticipation for your standard leg-to-leg change. So that's what you're seeing here.
Project 452. That's 452. Can I do one or two times briefing, please, so that please past your effect? Okay, we should still be in my effect.
Yep. So now, so now we're behind those guys.
452, going to be on next controller. 4797, approach 132, decimal 0, can I?
All right, we got it. Yeah, we're back up to on our 520 knot ground speed. Now that that 80 knot wind is pushing us rather than pulling us.
This is 1825, sending an exceed RB7 Alpha, runway 16, maintain flight 0370.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna redirect this to Coolin. Yeah, it should be pretty much on the. Oh, there's the last guy that just passed us. Alright, we did lose a little bit of airspeed in all that turn. A little bit of drag, a little bit of induced drag in the turns there. But with the engine set to put out 740 degrees Celsius, it should kind of drift back up over time. All good though. We'll take it. Red Warhawks, good to see you, man. Good to see you back on the stream. Let's rebrief our approach into... oh, Sydney's not showing yet, so we'll wait until they're actually in range. I mean, we have other ways we can read that ATIS if we want to. I'm assuming nothing major has changed. I'm guessing they're still landing on the 16s. We're guessing that with 16 left and 16 right, we're kind of guessing since we're coming in from the west.
For the 61, if you're able, maximum speed on the set. Maximum speed on
You know what I mean? So we know we're landing on the 16s because the ATIS said so. But if we're coming in from the west, it feels like it would make more sense to funnel us to the 16 right, and the arrivals coming in from the north would be funneled into 16 left. I mean, that's what makes sense to me. But I don't know this airspace. There might be other considerations. There might be other balancing reasons. Like maybe if they've got 10% of their planes here and 90% of their planes here, then yeah, they're probably going to want to send more over. So we'll see. We'll see what they give us. We don't really know. Just taking a guess. 50%. Maybe slightly more than a 50% chance that we're going to get 16 right. But we'll be ready for either one. I got both of them up here, 16 right, 16 right, sorry, and 16 left. And what we'll do is we'll tune both localizers. We'll have 109.5 in the active, and then if we got a switch, we'll put 110.9 in the standby, so it'll be a one-touch. We'll brief both. We'll make sure that we know what the differences are in terms of the missed approach procedure and in terms of the minimums. And then that way we'll be as ready as we possibly can. So if we are on 116 right, I'm sorry, 116. If we are on 16 right, it's 109.5 is the local. And because we navigate on this box now, I'm free to just tune this to whatever I want. I don't have to wait until we're close to the airport to do it. So we'll just go ahead and do that now.
761, 128.4, good morning.
905.
761, Melbourne Center.
And first course is 155.
Contact center, 128.4, good morning.
128.4, just 761, sorry about that.
And then if we get the other side, still 155, they are indeed parallel, but it's 110.9 if we have to switch. How are we doing on top of the set? I guess I need my 168 miles atop of the set yet. Peter Veneer has hit the follow button. Peter, welcome. Good to see you. Appreciate you joining us today. We're doing that Friday Night Ops Down Under. Need another pack of Tim Tams?
452, contact center, 123.05.
I don't know. Our service, our flight attendant isn't very good. By the way, that's our chariot for today. It's the BAe-146 QantasLink livery Jetstar call sign. As I said at the top of the stream, I don't know. As a dumb American, I don't know my history of Australian air carriers. I know at some point QantasLink became Jetstar, but I don't know at what point that transition was and whether they flew under that call sign or whether the livery switched at the same time the call sign did. I don't know. So we're kind of bastardizing history. We're flying with the QantasLink livery, Jetstar call sign, but we're having fun regardless. So hope that that's acceptable, and we can all agree that that's what we're going to live with tonight. All right, anyway, so we are briefing for these approaches, right? So if we get 16 right, which is my guess, minimums for a straight in are 210. If we get 16 left, minimums for a straight in are 220. Okay? So I'm going to just set the 220 just to be a little bit more conservative. However, on top of that, I'm going to set a little bit higher anyway, because these are barometric minimums based on your barometric altitude. I don't have an alerter in this aircraft that sets to that. I have an alerter that's tuned to the radio altimeter. However, that radio altimeter on a Cat 1 chart might not be the right number, right? Because it depends on the field elevation difference between the runway and wherever the missed approach point is. So I'm just going to add 100 feet to it just as a fudge factor there. But really we're bound by the 210 or the 220, and we'll just set the alerter to go off what we hope is well in advance of that. I don't think it's going to come into play anyway. The weather seems to be pretty favorable here. So we'll just set it to 320. That'll be a 100-foot buffer. And in case there's a 100-foot field elevation, that 100-foot terrain elevation difference between the threshold and the missed approach point, then we're covered. I think that's fine though. Yeah, good fix, since Aussies are generally pretty easygoing, so they'll probably forgive us. We should fly the April Fool's Day Dragon if we want to go really old school. That or the Dark Star, right? I'll tell you what, if we were flying the Dark Star, we would not have any problems. We would not have had to let 3 planes pass us. Yeah, can the Dragon fly stars? I don't even know what equipment code we'd put in for that. Alright, anyway. So frequencies are set. Oh, missed approach, right? What's the missed approach? If we're on 16 right, this is what I think it is. 155, 600 feet, 170, 3,000. 155, 125, 3,000. So it's 3,000 and 3,000. So the only difference there is the heading that we're turning to. If we missed off of 16 right, it's a 170. If we miss off of 16 left, it's a 125. Those turns both happen at 600, and they both go to 3,000. Okay, so the missed approaches are fairly straightforward. We'll just need to remember to review the heading that we turn to. Other than that, missed approaches are good to go. And nothing that we need to tune in terms of radio frequencies for those. We got a DME only station here, 112.1. I'm gonna go ahead and tune that in over on the right hand side. Just to have, we'll get a DME readout to the field over here once it's close enough. It does have de-icing capabilities, Heisenberg says. That is true. Got the best de-icing capabilities in the sim.
Maintain 250 knots because we're under 10,000 feet.
Okay. 736 Super, contact level center, 128.4, good day.
So let's go over our approach briefing. Approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach headings will review. Missed approach altitude 3000, minimum set. V speeds will get on the descent. And are we close enough to SSY? Quebec. 16 left and right. .230 at 10. Temp 22 QNH 1015. 1015 I've already got set down on the standby altimeter, so just a little bit ahead of the game there. Temp 22, that's fine. 230 at 10, so if we're landing on 16 and the wind is from 23, that's a pretty much a bang on crosswind from the right. 16, so that's a 70-degree offset to the right.
683, 50350.
That's Mr. Moose. How are you, Moose?
4683 Melbourne, sending an cleared RV7 Alpha Bravo, runway 16. Can you give me the name of that arrival one more time for 1683? It's going to be the RV7 Alpha arrival. RV7 Alpha arrival for runway 16 for 16836.
I see where he's coming in from.
There's an 1825, turn right heading 130, turn left heading. Left turn 120, first meet. Descend the cargo 8504, contact center 123.05. Good morning. Over to 2305. Have a good morning, sir. Good night. Yeah.
I can't figure out which one he is.
There's an AT-73 report max number.
Oh, I see. Oh, he's well behind. So he's heading down to Melbourne. He's doing Adelaide to Melbourne. So at this point, either we're going to get spun again to let this Speedbird pass us, or the Speedbird might just have to hit the brakes and stay in behind us. I'm not sure. How close are we to our top of descent? We should be kind of coming up on it, I think. Not too far, 94 miles. Yeah, 26.2 says ATC might tell him that if he wants a clearance, he'll have to sing on frequency. By the way, that's a good reminder. Whoops.
130, Picard 220. There's an 1825, descend flight level 25, sir. 250.
Good reminder that we got our Moose After Dark karaoke that we're soliciting interest for. A fairly limited space, but it is a private room for Moose and I and a bunch of our closest friends to head out to on the Saturday night of Flight Sim Expo. 28-4, Jetstar 514, we'll see you. So if you're headed up to Flight Sim Expo, or if you're randomly going to be in Providence that weekend, June 27, 28, 29, that Saturday night, we got a live version of Moose After Dark. Moose After Dark is Mustafa's once monthly karaoke stream that he does on his Twitch channel. Does a lot of random singing during his flights as well, but once a month he does fully all karaoke stream.
And my apologies, left 36 here.
Well, we're going to do a live version of it up at Flight Sim Expo. That's Saturday night, 9 to midnight. 28th, very close to the Expo venue. But like I said, as it is a private room, it's got some limited space, so if you are interested in attending that, you're not required to sing, but if you're interested in hanging out with us that night, watching us make fools of ourselves in person rather than on stream, then go ahead and fill out that Google form,
61, left heading 360.
and we'll figure out how we're making space for everyone when it gets a little closer. At this rate, I think we're going to have enough space for everybody.
South 419, approach 128.3.
128.3 to South 418. Thank you.
Velocity 11, descend 10,000.
I'm going to put that in my standby, 28.3, just in case that's our next frequency. It may or may not be. But we'll have it preset just in case.
Got a 736. Star clearance rivet for arrival for runway 16 right. Descend via the star, flight level 13. Sorry, flight level 250.
Quarter 736, cleared for the rivet 4, star arrival, runway 16 right.
That's the one right in front of us.
Flight level 250.
Velocity 1889 with you, flight level 330. Velocity 1889, sending it out, call you back. Velocity 1889, no I won't. Star clearance is the rivet 3 arrival for runway 16 left. Flight level 260 when you're ready.
Westback 16 left and flight level, you can take flight level 270 right now, velocity 1889.
Star on descent please, not now, but when you're ready start your descent.
Roger, we'll start descent, that star, velocity 1889.
Yeah, Center Jetstar 514, flight level 290.
Jetstar 514, sending it out, I'll call you back.
Kind of know what we're getting in terms of
Victor Charlie Papa
the star clearance. And like I said, we've edited this one to be 12, 12, and then 9, and then 6. That's just going to be a little bit more of a consistent descent. What we don't yet know is whether we're planning for 16 left or 16 right. And that's why I said we've kind of briefed both here.
270 on you cut out for the speed for Singapore 211.
Not speed.
28.3 is sitting. Yeah, bed Dave. Yeah, we already heard. We got it. We're ready to go there.
180 Singapore 211.
Jetstar 761 left, heading 180.
Cut Chemist says, can I see the Jetstar livery you got for the 146? Well, we were talking just a few minutes ago. We're kind of bastardizing history here. I'm flying QantasLink, which became Jetstar, but I don't know whether they became Jetstar and at the same time the livery changed, or if they became Jetstar and kept this livery and then changed the livery. I don't know. So close enough is what I considered it to be.
Disregard.
Oh, there's our beacon, our DME beacon for the field. 150 miles yet. But we should be coming up on top of descent. 48 miles. We know that they're going to call us in any second to give us that clearance to descend via the arrival here.
You're doing 600 knots ground speed when you should be doing like 450 normally, so it's stuffing everything. That's my apologies. Just do as you're instructed.
There's the Aussie spirit.
Jetstar 514, star clearance for use the rivet 4 arrival for runway 16 right. Descend via the star, flight level 250.
Rivet 4, 16 right, 250, Jetstar 514, thanks.
FedEx 49, descend via the star 10,000, the QNH is 1014.
We'll descend via the star, FedEx 100.
Velocity 1247, descend 10,000,
Armit.
QNH 1014.
We do want to, as soon as we start that descent, we want to set the field elevation, the pressurization down to sea level, which Sydney's at basically like 20 or 30, it's something next to nothing.
Turn direct rivet for me, descend flight level 130.
Continue left turn direct rivet, descend 130.
37 more miles, and then we'll start the drop. So we are on 16 right, and what that means is 1095 is correct, 210 is correct. So I'll set this to 310.
Flight level 130, Alpaca 160.
And then if we go missed, 170 is the heading. I'm going to put that in the nav2 course, just as a reminder, 170 on the heading.
Okay, Ruben 416 right, flight level 130, Jetstar 746.
And 3,000 either way.
Jetstar 441, apologies,
So 250 and armed.
441, no problem.
We're basically right at 280. So when we start that descent, I'm going to kick it into indicated airspeed.
Come together. Apologies for all of you that are on vectors. We will get you in shortly. Alpaca 162, present position direct rivet, and you're re-cleared the rivet for arrival, runway 16 left.
They are doing fine.
Present position direct rivet, and re-cleared rivet for arrival, runway 16 left, Alpaca 162.
A320 Simmer is here. Is that your resub? We didn't get the resub notification yet, but if that's a resub, then we appreciate that. Almost a year and a half, if that's. There we are. There's the resub. Knew it was coming. I do that too. I'm typing the message, and then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that's not the share with the resub message. Whoops. And then it's just in the chat, and there's no context to it. I do it on Melbourne stream all the time. I knew what you meant, though. I appreciate the continued support. We were talking earlier about the raffle drawings. 17 miles. We're going to hold off. But notice now it's giving us a little bit more of a reasonable descent rate. Earlier we were looking at it was like 300, 350. Well, that's because we were so far away. Now that we're almost at top of descent, it's a more reasonable descent rate to achieve that constraint there.
Alpaca 162, apologies, going to change it again. Rivet 4 arrival, runway 16 right. I promise I won't change it again.
Just finished setting it up. Okay,
don't believe him.
ILS 16 right, Alpaca 162.
Don't believe him.
161, star clearance, Rivet 4 arrival, runway 16 right.
Rivet 416 right, Jetstar 761.
Jetstar 7, disregard. Singapore 211, present position, re-cleared.
Alright, there we go, 9 miles. Let's go ahead and just start it down. We're going to capture the indicated airspeed. We're going to go into a descent. And then we're just going to sync the throttles to one another. And let's go ahead and set the field elevation is next to nothing.
162, descend 10,000 to QNH 1014, and over to approach now on 128 decimal.
Oh, there it is, 21.
Okay, descend 10,000,
So let's pop up, set the pressurization back to
Jetstar 514, descend via the star flight level 130.
By the star 130 for the Jetstar 514.
Velocity 1889, descend via
right, down to 13.
150.
Descend via star flight level 150, velocity 1889.
Jetstar 746, just maintain your heading for now. I will loop you back around shortly.
Okay, no problem. Maintain heading, Jetstar 746.
Actually, Jetstar 746, loop heading 270. I'll pull you in behind a Jetstar.
Okay, heading 270, Jetstar 746.
Contact 736, make the 180, heading 180, left turn please.
Contact 736,
pitch
left turn, heading
up
180.
just a little bit.
Jetstar 761, descend via the star
Pitch up just a little bit, catch the 280.
1014.
10,000, QNH 1014, Jetstar 761.
Alright, now let's compare with the descent rate. It wants us at 1550, we're at like 25, so I'm going to put some throttle back in here.
Jetstar 441, contact center
130.9, g'day.
130.9, g'day.
So with a little bit more throttle in, it's descending at a lower rate to keep us at the 280. Trying to be at 1550, and it's now more like 1100. I'll pull just a tiny bit of throttle out.
Echo Foxtrot Delta on the ground at Canberra. Information Delta clearance, this is me.
Yeah, Echo Foxtrot Delta, wrong frequency. The frequency is 1250.
Okay, 280. By the way, are there any speed restrictions on this descent? I guess I should check that. I don't think there are. Speed restrictions are usually in red. Approach speeds.
Just start 761 approach.
Yeah, those are kind of expected, but there's no speed restrictions on the way in. So we'll just keep 280 unless they need something else.
Can you see it's moving or not?
I actually see you disconnected now.
Moving again. Do you see it's moving?
I do. Welcome back. DSM 10,000 contact approach 128.
10,128.
Well, that's one way to get a couple extra miles of spacing.
Oh, good. I am used to seeing it on mine.
Alright, so we're about 1600. It wants us at about 1500. I'm going to put just a tiny little bit of throttle back in. So now it wants it's
514. What's your current speed?
Doing 280.
514. Just knock it back to 250.
Down to 250 for you. Jetstar 514.
Singapore 211. Speed 270 knots.
270. Singapore 211.
Just start 746. Make a left turn, direct rivet. Maintain
Okay,
230
pitch up.
until you're on the profile. Then you can descend flight level 130.
Okay, let's turn direct to rivets, maintain flight level 230 until established on the arrival, confirm.
Oh, we need at least
maintain 230 still on profile.
at least 60% in before we're.
Okay, 230 until on profile and then continue descent at star 746.
Don't have the APU on.
Further descent 10,000, the QNH is 1014.
10,000 on 1014, Jetstar 514.
And Singapore 211, increase further 300 knots.
Alright, that's at 300, Singapore 211. I confirm maintain 130 for Singapore 211.
Yeah, for now, you're just going a little bit slower than an aircraft behind you, so I'll give you further descent on the handoff.
Alright, let's get throttles back in, pitch down. Let's get that airspeed sorted out first. Okay, there we are. Now let's worry about throttling to the descent rate it needs.
Jetstar 736, descend
We need
flight level
1400, and that's about what we're doing, so that's good.
About 2 minutes. Speedbird 8073, descend flight level 130, present position cleared direct rivet.
130, present position direct rivet.
Okay, local altimeters are set. Fasten seatbelt signs.
Give you that rivet for arrival 16 right.
We did on. We got our approach briefing all done. So as soon as we come through 10, we'll start setting up our systems. Alright, we're good. We're ahead of the game.
Velocity 1889. Just going to desequence you from this. Maintain flight level 240. Turn left heading 320.
Left 320 and maintain flight level 240.
250 is the assigned speed. It's bugged. It's captured.
And Qantas 736 was that.
It wants 1350 to get Bigham.
Jetstar 736.
Qantas 736. Descent flight level 180.
1350 to get Bigham at 12, and of course Bigham was 8 or higher, so if we don't hit it exactly at 12, we're okay. but we'll be pretty close.
Thanks for that. Maintain speed 300 knots, descent 10,000 to connect 1014.
Bring the throttles back.
Contact approach 128.3.
Alright, 128.3 down to 10,000 on QNH 1014 and maintain 300. Second floor 211.
Jetstar 514, further speed 230 knots if you can.
230, Jetstar 514 will do it.
Jetstar 514, appreciate over to approach now 128.3.
Alright, 28.3, we'll see you, Jetstar 514.
Qantas 5.
Descend 8,000. Descend 8,000 at packet 160. Speedbird 4 Romeo Juliet, turn right to right, heading 070.
Alright, let's refresh the ATIS.
Good morning, turn right, Tier 11, speed 300 down to 10,000.
Romeo now, 1014, we already got set.
Seaport 211 approach, okay.
16s, 230 at 10, which is a right to left.
419, turn right, heading 080.
Right, 080, just 419.
Speedbird 4 Romeo Juliet, contact Sydney approach. Correction, Sydney director, 126.1, good day.
61, we'll have that preset for when the time comes.
Approach SR621, just confirming you want us at 270 through 10,000.
Cross Hyper was with us.
621 8, then minute. Now kept back 140 Disco. Delta 62 to 10 by star 6000.
Oh, alright, okay.
5 star 6000, Delta 60 heavy.
Approach Jetstar 514, 170 going to 100 via the repertoire.
Jetstar 514 approach runway 16 right.
16 right, roger. We're currently assigned 230 knots, by the way. Although we're a little faster than that. 16 right, they've affirmed our approach assignment, so we're good.
Jetstar 419, speed 230 knots, resume on navigation, clear direct tunnels.
Speed 230, direct tunnels, Jetstar 419.
Jetstar 621, contact Sydney director 125.3.
Alright, we're almost down to the speed. How are we on the, it wants us at 1200 to reach Bingham at 12. We're doing pretty good. We're almost on that exactly. Let's go back into the airspeed hold mode. Throttle back in to maintain the 1200 feet.
Jetstar 514, turn left heading 360.
360, Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 419, contact Sydney director 125.3.
125.3, Jetstar 419.
Okay, since we're not going to be on the star anymore. Go ahead and switch it over to the radio nav. Possible we could rejoin the star at a later time. So we'll keep that option in mind in case. All right, 230 knots, down to 10.
Confirm, maintain 300.
And since we're coming up on 10, let's go ahead and get ready to set up our systems here. Hydraulic cross feeds are on. We'll go ahead and get the APU air. Oops, that's not going to do much good if the APU itself isn't on, huh?
Singapore 211, heading 350.
Yep.
350
We know the APU is deploying.
For Singapore 211. Roughly 162, resuming their own navigation, clear direct tonics. Direct tonics of velocity 162.
Just try to keep a reasonable, since we don't have a VNAV target at this point. Just trying to keep a reasonable descent speed of about 12 to 15 here. .38 miles from the airport. Alright, let's see if the APU is on. It is. Okay, let's get the APU air on. And the engine air off. We now have that tiny little bit of extra boost, bleed power from the engines for a go-around if we need it. We also have the ability to chop the throttles all the way down without affecting the electrical system.
Approach, good evening, Jetstar 746.
I think we're good there. We got the hydraulic crossfeeds. We can do forward-facing lights. I'll do the landing lights only for now. We'll do the turn-off lights when we get our landing clearance.
Maintain 16,000.
Maintaining 10,000, expecting independent visual 16 right, Jetstar 746.
So that's all done.
Jetstar 751, lead boogie heading 330.
Leave boogie 330, Jetstar 751.
Honda 736 with you descending through flight level 177 down to 10,000.
Honda 736.
Tell you what, guys. Ready for a little liquid recycling break.
Honda 736, expect visual approach.
Singapore 211, descend to 5,000. 5,000, Singapore 211. Jetstar 514, descend to 8,000.
8,000, Jetstar 514. There we are. Coming down through 10 officially now, but we're ahead of the game. We got the forward-facing lights on. We're waiting on the turn-off lights until we have landing clearance. Hydraulic cross-feeds are done. Engine air has been shut off. The packs are now back with the APU. Electricity is now back with the APU. So we now have freedom to use all the throttle that we need.
Outback at 162, descend, correction, maintain 8,000.
Maintain 8,000, like 162.
Okay, 2,000 to go till our assigned altitude. If we do need to level off, I'll have to put some throttle back in to maintain the bugged speed of 230. Eisenberg says I'm way ahead of you. Been liquid recycling since I got off work today. Yeah, we're liquid. We're doing liquid in right now, and we're running slightly enriched here. Mix is slightly enriched.
Jetstar 746, cancel start, turn left heading 36 there.
Left heading 360, Jetstar 746.
Jetstar 761, contact City Director 126, decimal 1 today.
26-1, we have it set. And we got tower 25 and 21-7 on ground, all ready to go over on the COM 2.
Continue left to 090, velocity 162.
Outback at 162, turn right heading 110.
Right heading 110, outback at 162.
Alright, coming up on 8.
Heavy, lead PSAT heading 290.
Lead PSAT heading 290, Delta 62 heavy.
Coming up on 8, so we'll need to start adding some throttle back in to maintain the 230 airspeed.
Velocity 162, contact City Director 126, decimal 1 10.
26.1, velocity 162.
Outback at 162, descend to 6,000.
Descend 6,000, outback at 162.
FedEx 4090 on my frequency.
Take that as a no.
Outback at 62, continue to turn heading 140.
Continue turn right 140, outback at 162.
Keep the 230 as best as we can, no auto throttle.
35, turn left heading 150.
Just kind of watching the bug here. A little easier to watch the bubble than the airspeed gauge.
Plus 535, resume our navigation, clear direct to Connex.
Direct Connex, Connex 535.
Just 746, turn left heading 310, descend to 8,000.
310, 8,000, jet start.
In case we do get redirected.
736, turn left heading 350.
Turn left heading 350, Connex 736.
Singapore 211, avoiding action, turn right immediately heading 070. Right there, 70, Singapore 211. FedEx 49 Heavy, FedEx 49 Heavy is in the approach. Singapore 211 traffic is FedEx 49 Heavy, a 777 at your 1 o'clock, 5,000 feet. Welcome Singapore 211. Traffic inside Singapore 211. Singapore 211, thanks. If able, maintain our separation with the traffic. Roger, Singapore 211. Alpaca 162, turn right heading 170.
I like that. If able.
Right heading 170, Alpaca.
If you're not, so be it. If you're able, avoid hitting that guy. If you're not able, sorry about your luck.
Approach today, runway 16 right, expect the independent visual approach.
Yeah, 26.2. You got me doing a little dance here, man.
Corner 736 down to 8,000. Sydney approach, velocity 1889 with you through 12000.
535, contact Sydney Director 125, that is small 3.
25, please, 35, 35.
Sorry, the last station calling, having the last station in the call sign.
Velocity 1889er with you, flight level 110.
Thanks, standby, break. Alpaca 162, contact Sydney Director 126.1.
126.1, Alpaca 162.
Getting a little busy here, guys. For him, not for us yet.
Singapore 211, still no contact with that FedEx traffic. They're turning right towards you. Do you follow the flight? Hey, firm 211. Singapore 211, thanks and apologies. Jetstar 514, descend to 6,000.
6,000, Jetstar 514.
Velocity 1889, runway 16 left, expect the independent visual approach, descend 5-star to...
Did I change up the studio, EL? No.
Stand by a start at 6,000 and we'll expect a visual for 16 left.
No, nothing's changed.
Seabird 8073, cancel the start, turn left heading 360, descend to 9,000.
360, down to 9,000,
Alright, just pulling some...
Delta 62, turn right heading 330.
Right, 330, Delta 62 heavy.
Pulling some throttle out to give him a decent descent rate.
Singapore 211, turn right heading 180. 180, Singapore 211. Looking for a maintain 300 knots, Singapore 211. Singapore 211, resume normal speed. Alright, normal speed 211. Jetstar 746, descend to 6,000, turn right heading 360. Correction, turn right heading 010. Sorry, correction, Jetstar 746, turn right heading 010.
Astute of him to notice that, or realize after he heard the guy talking after he unkeyed, that he had not heard the correction.
Jetstar 514, turn right heading 090.
090, Jetstar 514.
Delta 62, heavy, report airspeed.
Alright, Kenny's got to run.
250 knots, Delta 62.
Yeah, very good, sir.
Delta 62, heavy, maintain 260 knots. Maintain 260 knots, Delta 62 heavy. Jetstar 746, maintain 230 knots.
We're still 40 miles from the airport.
Jetstar 746.
Qantas 736, if able, reduce to 230 knots.
Down to 230 knots, Qantas 736.
We got us in quite a sequence here. course, we knew it would be busy, right? It's a Friday night ops.
514, maintain at 260 knots or greater.
Okay, 260 or greater now. It's Jetstar 514.
Singapore 211, 10, right, heading 230.
Right, 230, Singapore 211.
We're about to capture our airspeed, our altitude of 6,000 anyway. Now at least they've got a tracking toward the airport, 37 miles and counting. Cheating a little bit by looking at VATSIM radar. And it looks like they're building quite the sequence up here. Alright, the plane's starting to kick into altitude capture. The 260 or greater. Well, 270 is 260 or greater. We'll keep it closer to the 260 though. This plane can be difficult to lose airspeed in. You have to kind of just not be shy about using the speed brakes.
Jetstar 514, reduce speed to 240 now.
Alright, 240, Jetstar 514.
Delta 62 heavy, thanks for your help, speed 240 now.
240 knots, Delta 62 heavy.
Delta 62 heavy, turn right heading 060.
Right, 060, Delta 62 heavy.
Okay, so it's got us captured at the 6,000. Speed comes into 240. I'll go ahead and throttle back up to maintain it.
One at 736, just enter 6,000.
Corner 736 down to 6,000.
Singapore 211, turn left
Hey, there we
heading
are.
150.
Left 150, Singapore 211.
Jetstar 514, turn right heading 180.
180, Jetstar 514.
Descend, descend, descend.
I don't see anybody close to us.
Seabird 8073, descend to 8,000.
I'm not going to worry about it.
Descend, descend.
We're in the VATSIM radar, there's nobody close to us.
Sydney approach, good day, velocity 912, Sunny to the star, passing 15,000, information Romeo.
Last second contact, technical family.
Velocity 912.
Velocity 912, Sydney approach, good day, runway 16 left, expect the independent visual approach.
16 left, expect visual approach, velocity 912.
Jetstar 514, turn right heading 190.
190, Jetstar 514.
Delta 62 heavy, turn right heading 160.
Right, 160, Delta 62 heavy.
Jetstar 746, turn right heading 080.
080, Jetstar 746.
Yeah, just basically manually working the throttles in order to keep that bubble centered on the 240 that we're currently assigned. They've been kind of changing our speeds up the entire approach sequence here. Really just trying to keep it as tight as possible because they've got quite a amount of traffic coming in, especially from the north. So they're just doing their best to keep us all spaced as tight as they can. That reduces the reduces the backing up of traffic that occurs behind us. Alright, close enough now to be receiving the ILS.
Qantas 736, which is the 220 knots or less enabled.
220 knots or less, Qantas 736.
Velocity 912, descend by start of 4,000.
Send by the start down to 4,000, velocity 912.
I would hazard a guess to say that we're going to end up getting in a little bit later and having burned a little bit more fuel than what we anticipated.
1889, lead TSAT heading 050.
Heading 050, velocity 1889.
Velocity 1889, just confirm, lead TSAT heading 050, so after waypoint TSAT 050.
Roger, after TSAT will do 050, velocity 1889.
Alright, 21 miles from the airport.
Qantas 736, turn right heading 080.
Turn right heading 080, Qantas 736.
Approach where we are, Jetstar 514. We're supposed to be on 26-1.
Jetstar 514, FM, Qantas Director 126, small 1.
Watch out. Sydney Director, Jetstar 514, 6000.
Jetstar 514, Sydney Director, turn left heading 120, speed 180.
120, speed 180, Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 514, 25 miles to run, descend 3000.
3000, Jetstar 514.
Sydney Director, good afternoon. Delta 62 Heavy, 6,000, heading 16022 knots aside.
Delta 62, Sydney Director, 25 miles to run, descend at 3000.
Descend 3,000, Delta 62 Heavy.
And Delta 62, speed 180.
Speed 180, Delta 62 Heavy.
Jetstar 514, runway 16 right, set to your 2 o'clock in 17 miles port sounding.
We're looking. Jetstar 514.
Singapore 11, establish 16 right. Singapore 11.
Alright friends, start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat with or without the minus sign. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which will be pulled on that Tuesday after the Cross the Pond event.
Delta 62, thanks for Zumo navigation, join final, runway 16 right.
Zumo navigation, join the final 16 right, Delta 62 Heavy.
Delta 62, thanks. You're following a Jetstar BAe-146 at your 12 o'clock, same level in 7.5 miles per sounding.
He's inside, Delta 62 Heavy.
62, thanks. Caution him and caution and follow the traffic. Cleared independent visual approach, runway 16 right.
Okay, we'll follow that traffic. Cleared the independent visual 16 right, Delta 62 Heavy.
Jetstar 514, you have the runway inside?
We do. Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 514, thanks. Cleared independent visual approach, runway 16 right, join final.
Alright, we'll join the final. Clear the visual independent approach 16 right, Jetstar 514.
Singapore 211, 6 miles to run, contact tower 120.45, good day.
Okay, good day, thanks. Good day, Singapore 211,
Autopilot disconnected.
Alright, let's get...
Jetstar 514, caution, wake turbulence following a Boeing 777.
Localizer on.
Roger, caution wake turbulence 514.
Localizer captured.
Jetstar 514, let's maintain 180 until 5 mile final.
180 to 5, Jetstar 514. Alright, speed's 180. We need to get some altitude off. Missed approach altitude is 3,000. That is set.
And just Flight 14, possible TCAS, say, Piper Warrior, at your 2 o'clock in 6 miles, it's 6,000, performing the Harbour Bridge.
Okay, we're looking. We're well below him.
Just Flight 14, 9 miles to run, contact tower 120.85.
Alright, 20.5. JustFlight 514 with this. We'll see ya. Still got a lot of altitude to get off. Speed's good, 180 as assigned.
Singapore 211, runway 16 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 16 right.
Got that right to left crosswind we got to account for.
John Eastern 562, contact departures.
2500.
Alright, so glide slope's coming in. Speed's good. Sydney Tower, velocity 514 is 6 miles out, 16 right.
Velocity 514, Sydney Tower, expect late land clearance.
Roger. I got traffic on the runway, we see him.
Speed check below 205, select gear down.
Okay, flaps and gear. I'm going to go ahead and get the forward-facing lights on.
Speed check below 180, select flaps 24. We ballooned up with the flap deployment, so now I got to get that excess altitude off again. Speed jet below 170, select flaps 30.
Jetstar 514, runway 16 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 16 right, Jetstar 514. Yeah, we can see that traffic clearing up ahead.
211, contact ground 121.7.
Still a little bit high. A little bit high and fast. Gears down in green. Landing flaps are set and checked.
Cabin is secure.
Established on the ILS.
Sydney Tower, good afternoon, Delta 62, visual 16 right.
Delta 62, Sydney Tower, good day.
Missed approach altitude 3,000 sets, so right turn 170 heading if we go missed.
500.
Left hand turn off if we make it down.
Plus 100. Minimums.
We are landing. We'll kick the crab out. I know I'm from Maryland. I should never be kicking the crab out, but we'll kick the crab out over the threshold.
Light slope.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
That's probably fairly firm there.
Green spoilers. Brake pressure seen.
Probably a little on the firm side. Didn't really get a nice stable descent going. Kind of wig-wagging. Well, I guess it's going to be a right turn off, huh?
60 knots.
Wanted to go left.
514, contact ground 121.7.
21.7, Jetstar 514.
Delta 62, runway 16 right, clear to land.
We made it. It wasn't pretty, but we made it.
47443, rev taxi.
Station for taxi, repeat call sign.
Singapore 7443.
All right, we can start cleaning up here, and then we'll check in.
Singapore 7443, taxi Bravo 1, holding point 16 right.
Bravo 1, holding point 16 right, Singapore 7443.
Sydney delivery, Jetstar 621, gate 54, requesting IFR clearance out to Adelaide.
All stations for IFR clearance, contact delivery on 133.8.
Yeah, Sydney ground. Jetstar 514 northbound on Alpha off 16 right, going to wherever Jetstar parks here.
Jetstar 514, taxi Alpha cross 25, Golf hold short 16 right.
Alpha cross 25 and Golf hold short 16 right. Jetstar 514. Yeah, over there on the Alpha, Golf, and one of these ramps, I'm sure.
Ground velocity 162, still waiting to cross.
Alright, let's make sure we got everything cleaned up here.
162, Tal said you're going to be sitting there for a while. Alright, we'll grab some snacks.
Light directors are off. Flaps and spoilers were stowed. TMS off. Transponder was back into this ground transponder mode. We got taxi lights on, all the rest forward-facing lights off, strobes were off. Let me just make sure. I got weather radar off too. Let me make sure.
Jetstar 514, contact ground over the other side, 126.5.
Alright, 26.5, Jetstar 514.
City ground, good day, Delta 62, we're just off at Alpha 3 at Alpha, we're going to gate 60.
Delta 62, contact ground, 126.5.
126.5, Delta 62 heavy.
Easier just to tune the one I've already got rather than...
Singapore 211, floating short of 25 on Alpha.
Singapore 211, contact ground, 126.5.
26.5, Singapore 211.
26.5.
62, thanks to stand by. The aircraft in front of the ground frequency.
Okay, stand by, Delta 62 heavy.
Ground, good morning, Singapore 211 on Alpha, holding short of 25, requesting stand 57, please.
Let them know, Warriors taxi cross 25, Golf to the bay.
Alright, cross 25, Alpha, Golf to the bay, Singapore 211, thanks.
Looks like Jetstar's up here. So, a 48, 49, or a 52 Bravo maybe. Ground Jetstar 514, northbound Alpha, short of 25.
Is that 514, do you have a third bay?
52 Bravo if it's open.
Jetstar 514, I believe there's taxi cross 25, Golf to the bay.
Alright, cross 25 and then Golf to the bay, Jetstar 514. We'll hold short of 16 right.
Oh, you're going to 5-2 for domestics, understood. Stand by, I'll do coordination.
Yeah, I think he thought I was going left. Left on golf.
Sydney ground velocity 162 is on Alpha. We're going to Bay 55.
Velocity 162 taxi, Alpha, hold short 25.
Alpha short 25, velocity 162.
Delta 62, cross 25, taxi, golf to the bay.
Cross 25, taxi golf to the bay, Delta 62 heavy.
How are the brake temps, by the way? 258 and dropping. They probably were a good 500 or so. When I pulled off the runway, I didn't get a chance to check, though. Of course, I just used them again, so now they're probably back up. didn't heat them up too much. The left turn into domestic 2. Golf and then Bravo 4.
Ground hello, Jetstar 746, taxiing northbound on Alpha.
Jetstar 746, see ground left. Jetstar 514, cross 16 right, taxi, golf, hold short of Bravo.
Alright, cross 16 right via golf and then hold short of Bravo for Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 746, hello, Sydney ground, prefer say?
Well, anywhere in the domestic apron.
Jetstar 7.
He wants me to hold short of Bravo, but I gotta get all the way over this line here.
Cross 25, hold short golf.
Sorry, say again for Jetstar 746, I was hearing you a bit low.
Jetstar 746, cross 25, hold short of golf.
Cross 25, short of golf, Jetstar 746.
Also 152, taxi, Juliet, Yankee, cross 25 today.
Juliet Yankee to the bay, velocity
Not this left,
162.
not the second left, not the second left, but the third left.
Jetstar 514, connect City Ground 121.7 here.
21.7, velocity 514. Sydney ground, velocity 514 is back with you. We're golf short of Bravo going to domestic 2 ramp.
Jetstar 514, taxi, hold position.
We are, we're not going anywhere.
Highway 1346, taxi, Golf Hotel Charlie.
Basically the third left.
Golf Hotel Charlie and Nauru 346.
And Nauru, sorry.
So good.
Hill Station, Sydney Terminal Information, Charlie is now current. Changes, winds 28011 to 22 knots, temperature 25, Sydney Information, Charlie now current.
Sydney ground, Qantas 736 with you on taxiway Alpha.
Come on, man, I can see it. I can see it. It's right over there.
Sydney ground, good day, velocity 912 on Lima, short of Bravo for Dom 2.
Velocity 912, taxi Bravo, Hotel 25.
Bravo, short 25, velocity 912.
Jetstar 514, taxi Gulf to domestic 2.
Golf and then it's domestic 2, velocity 514, thanks.
Jetstar 514, correction, taxi Charlie, Bay 59.
Charlie and then into Bay 59er, okay, velocity 514. Sorry, Jetstar 514. Okay.
2 in there once.
So 59 is the one on this tip. It's like we're kind of looking at it right here. That's fine. I didn't really have a preferred one. I was just like wherever.
with Bravo, request pushback and start.
I think what I did was I probably chose a heavy gate.
Just our 25 school, my Charlie.
So they're putting me on one that's a little bit more size appropriate, which is fine.
Velocity 445, taxi Charlie Bravo 2, holding point runway 16 right.
Taxi by Golf Charlie, hold short, Bravo 2, holding point 16 right. Just South 445, we just made a wrong turn here.
City ground, hello, it's Pilot Clip 73 on Lima, short of Bravo, going to Dom 3. Pilot Clip 73, taxi Bravo, hold up 25. Bravo Hotel, hold short 25, pilot, correction, Bravo, hold short 25, Pilot Clip 73.
Ground, hello again, Jetstar 746, Golf short of Bravo.
Okay.
Jetstar 746, taxi, hold position actually.
Hold position, Jetstar.
So yeah, there's where they have us. I had said 52, but I think that's like a heavy gate. I think that's why they were suddenly like, nah, we don't want to put him up there. We'll keep that one free. All right, let's run through this turnaround checklist, and then we'll get ready for our second leg here. Probably running a little bit behind because of all the extra vector.
825.
Jetstar 85, go ahead.
All right, parking brake.
BAe-54 with Bravo, request pushback.
Master warning knob.
Jetstar 25, stand by.
Speedbird 873 with you on Alpha.
And get our oxygen systems.
Speedbird 8073, contact ground 126.5.
126.5, 873.
Let's jump up top, get the
And velocity 912 on Bravo.
engine gens and second pack off.
Velocity 912, hold position.
Fasten seatbelt signs can come off.
Sydney ground at Jetstar 621, gate 54,
Three out of the
ready to
four
push and start
fuel
with Charlie.
pumps.
Jetstar 621, hold position.
Probe heats, ice detection,
Jetstar
and the
507,
beacon
ready
light.
for taxi.
Yeah, we're just about to call Jetstar 507 ready for taxi to
Go over here, let's get the wheel truck set.
Jetstar 507, taxi Charlie, Bravo 2,
And
holding
doors.
point 16 right.
Taxi by Charlie, Bravo 2, holding point, runway 16 right.
Up top. Hydraulic cross feeds off.
And route 346, taxi Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10,
Pumps off.
16.
Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10, 16 left, just stuff, enter route 346.
2000 and standby. We got the brake temp.
Qantas 256, just at holding point Bravo 10.
Alright, well, let's check.
Tower 124.7.
Oh, well, my timing is not as off as I thought. I guess because we had that wicked tailwind. We got into the terminal area way before I thought. And then we squandered all that extra time in the terminal area. So we had said we were going to be down 952. It's now 954. And we should have 8250 left in the tanks. And let's see how we did with that. Oh, wow, look at that. 84, 8500 there. So, perfect. What y'all are complaining about, everything worked out fine. Now, let's look at the landing stats. Different story there. Pretty firm set down.
Jetstar
339 was the number that registered.
Velocity 737, then Gulf to the
Hope the guys guessed on the high side. Did you?
Jetstar 746.
Nope, didn't. But it looks like ELW and 26.2 both guessed 188. That is the highest number, so both of them will get an entry into our landing rates.
Hello, taxi Bravo, Hotshot 25.
YSSY on 4-4. And, oh, I need another, need to get some more tickets. Alright, ELW, I'll get yours written out as soon as we get back from the break. But let's go ahead and get a little liquid recycling underway. I'm going to go ahead and file our second flight plan, actually, before we do that. Let me get that filed.
Qantas 555, taxi Bravo, hold short 25.
And who are we? We are JST 514, or BAe-146, weight category medium, SYDFGR. Yeah, we getting to that point where it's about to happen, whether we want it or not. YSSY to YSSY off block, I think 20 after, right? Okay, which is plenty of time, 25 minutes from now. I think we're good there. 29,380. Arrival YBBN. Alternate is YBSU. Is that what that says? Hour 28. Nope, not 10:28. 01:28. Fuel endurance at this point. Oh, wait a minute. Where's my mouse cursor? Fuel endurance. Going what we had here, 8,500 and 4429 that we're going to add.
Qantas 200, contact ground
0304. Route details, I'm going to just copy. Got straight from the
Qantas 555, Sydney ground.
Event page. PBN, E2C2 D2 S2, at least my best guess. Performances of Charlie.
Echo Foxtrot Delta, taxi Bravo, cross 25, Golf to Bay.
And there we go.
Bravo, cross 25, Golf to Bay, Echo Foxtrot Delta. Just sorry. 555, reporting for...
Okay, we're going to jump out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. We'll be right back with you. Get the camera in position to watch a little bit of the activity here at the airport. And back in a bit, guys. Got some liquid recycling to get taken care of, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Second half coming up in just a bit. So sit tight and enjoy. Lots of flying left to do, friends. Sit tight.
Qantas 555, ground. Qantas 555, taxi Bravo, hold short 25. Taxi Bravo, hold runway 25, 555. And ground just start 507, for Bravo 2, runway 126. Jet Star 507, contact tower 120.5. Over to 120.5, just start 537, have your 2 legs here. All stations, remember, domestic aircraft contact tower on your own. I don't need to give you power. Bracket, that's 61, are we still holding for push? It's 621, I'm just about to call you, push is approved. Push approved, yeah, 621, thank you. Qantas 74, contact ground 126.5. 4461, hold position. Yes, 25 taxi, Charlie Bravo 2 on a .16 right.
Charlie Bravo 0. 16 left, just very
Just T5, I read your runway wrong, taxi Charlie cross T5 Bravo 2, 1.16 left.
Ground hello, contact 703, around repeated.
And can we cross runway 25, corner 555? Corner 555, wait, I'll tell you when you can cross. Just side, taxi Charlie, from 25, Bravo 10, holding point, runway 16 left.
Sorry, yes, but take your break, sorry, fine.
Just 825, taxi Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10, holding point, runway 16 left.
Charlie, taxi Charlie, cross 25, Bravo, just right.
Velocity 1889 on Bravo, looking for any of the Terminal 2 gates. Velocity 1889. Qantas 555, taxi Bravo cross 25, hold short Charlie 1. Bravo cross 2544 Charlie 1, Qantas 555.
Contact 703, hello, Roy, vacated, taxiing on Bravo.
Qantas 703, taxi Bravo hotel 25.
Bravo hotel 25, contact 703.
Ground Qantas 215, ready for push and start at Dome 1, Gladstein node to the west. Qantas 215, push to the first. Push route 215. City ground, go to Qantas 4, BAe-146, Charlie, push back. Qantas support, will we be able to stay clear of the company? The company BAe 4, Qantas 4 BA. Confirm. I assume we'll get very clear, Qantas 4 BA. Qantas 4 BA, push through, Qantas 4 BA. Ground info 61 with Charlie, ready to taxi. Just 621, taxi Bravo 4 Charlie, Bravo 200.16 right. Bravo 4 Charlie, holding point 16 right for JustFlight 621.
City ground just south of 69 for BAe-49.
Just 769, city ground today. Velocity 461, cross 25, hold your Golf.
Cross
25, hold short, Golf 146.
Alrighty, friends, we're back with you. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Slant Golf, technically speaking, although we're not even in an area that recognizes that code. So there's Slant Sierra Yankee Delta Foxtrot Golf Romeo Lima. I guess. Anyway, it's the Friday Night Ops Down Under. It's that one event per year that VATUSA on its Friday night, instead of having us fly to the same 25 or so international airports within the U.S., they partner up with another division somewhere in VATSIM, and in this case it's the VATPAC division, the Australian, that covers the Australian area, and they've got staffing all throughout that region of South and Eastern Australia. We did leg 1 from Adelaide over here to Sydney. Leg 2 is going to be Sydney up to Brisbane. We got it filed, and let's go ahead and see if we can get it underway.
Qantas 555, taxi Bravo, hold short Charlie 1.
So let's go to, first of all, let's punch it into our charts. Unload our flight. Let's put a new flight in.
Qantas 555, they're currently holding short Bravo 4.
Sydney, YBBN.
Velocity 833, taxi Bravo, hold short 25.
Okay, and then route, let's put in what we filed.
Qantas 92, give way to the 3737, Bravo, hold short 25.
Close that.
Give way to the
edit the route.
And, Bravo, hold short 25. Fantastic.
Qantas 517, follow the company 737, hold short 25.
Okay, very good.
Company, hold short 25.
Got the airport information. We'll bring up the additional charts that we need as we go. But let's go ahead and get our clearance. Jump back into the aircraft and get our clearance and start getting underway. Got it filed, but we need to get up top, get it cleared, and get ready to go.
Next, work 1602, score command Charlie.
Alright, so we are going to just fill that tank to capacity. We'll do the refueling, we'll just do that instant. And then the passenger load we'll just keep the way I have it, 80, 2400 and 2400, and we'll start the boarding process. Let's do another check of the ATIS information, see if it's updated. It is now indeed Charlie. Still 16s and 1014. That's 25.
Taxi Bravo 165, confirm fast stage.
1014 is already what we have set there, but we can go ahead and set the...
Qantas 703, is the rigging in front of us okay?
Velocity 461, taxi Golf to domestic 2.
Set the TMS with the temperature. We got the altimeter set, field elevation verified of 20 feet. Yep, we're good. Let's go ahead and get our comm radios. 21.7 is going to be the ground frequency, but I will set that over here because I kind of like to work right to left on my way out. So we'll set 21.7 there, and then the clearance frequency 33.8 is what we're going to talk to you first. $33.8.
5,000 for the next one.
Tower is going to be 24/7, probably. East Tower is 24/7, so it depends on the runway we get for departure, but we'll just assume 24/7 unless we're told something different.
Okay.
And so the departure appears to be on 29/7, but of course the correct frequency will be given to us in our clearance. We'll just assume 29.7 for now until we're told something different.
I don't think they may.
So I'm going to fill in some of my best guesses in my little cheat sheet here.
Alrighty.
And then we'll adjust as necessary. So altitude initial, I don't know. Expect cruise, and they don't really do that here. Frequency for departure, we are thinking it's going to be 129.7. Transponder, we have no idea, and I'm kind of thinking 16 left for departure. But we'll see what happens there. Oops, somehow I blanked out my route. Okay, there we are. And the SIDs are the what? So we're going to test it, so what's the likely SID going to be? Let me go to Sydney. Sydney SIDs. I don't see any that go to that are called Tessit. Olsum, maybe? Yeah, we got an Olsum.
Number 451 Echo Whiskey. Apologies, we can't give you a.
Olsum is off of. Olsum is off of that. So, do we have another one that goes toward Olsum? Right. That goes off of that eastbound runway.
Have a good day.
No?
RD121.7.
So it looks like it's probably going to be this Kevin 7.
And lastly, requesting clearance was just 511.
Just 511, go ahead.
Sir, 511 cleared to Melbourne via Wollongong flight plan route. Runway 16 right, Brook 1 departure, Wollongong transition. Climb at 5,000, squawk 3204. Departure frequency 129.7.
Melbourne clearance, Sydney clearance. Can I just confirm the departure?
They do a very weird order here.
Brook 1 departure, Wollongong transition, runway 16 right.
Just 511, clear to Melbourne via Wollongong planned route, runway 16 right, Brook 1 departure, Wollongong transition, climb via the SID 5000, squawk 3204, departures 129.7, just 511.
Just 511, thank you very much, just remain on this frequency until advised.
Wilco, just 511.
Sydney clearance, Jetstar 514, we get information. Charlie, we get IFR to Brisbane.
Stand by number 2 clearance.
So when the next guy goes,
one clearance available, advise and ready to copy.
Let's listen to the order just so I can anticipate what he's going to say and read it back a little bit more smoothly. In the meantime, though, we can go under menu. Let's go to delete the flight plan. We're at YSSY.
301 Sydney delivery.
I'm going to make a couple assumptions here. Departure, we'll just say 16 right. I don't think it changes anything.
514 planes available, advise ready to copy.
Go for it, Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 514 cleared to Brisbane via Olsen, flight plan route, runway 16 left, Kevin 7, departure, Olsen transition, climb at 5000, box 7214, departure frequency 129.7.
Okay, you broke up the Kevin 7 departure, Olsen transition, and then I missed the squawk code.
Jetstar 514 squawk 7214.
Okay, I think I got it clear to Brisbane, Olsen, and then flight plan route. 16 left for departure, the Kevin 7, Olsen transition, 7214, and then 29.7 for Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 514, thank you very much. Just remain on this frequency until advised.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit, but we'll remain on the frequency. I guess we'll call you when we're ready to push Jetstar 514.
American 2010, are you sure you haven't received my flight plan yet?
Awesome.
American 2010, I have a flat plan. Stand by and number difference.
5,000.
Affirm. We'll stay by.
297. 7214.
Requesting IFR clearance to Los Angeles with Delta.
Okay, so I think we got all that. It is 16 left for departures. That's kind of what I was about to say. That was my assumption. So the enter. It is the Kevin 7. Olsen. Put that in the flight plan. And then menu from Olsen. It's Y193. Whoops, not menu. List. Do, yeah, 2, Y193. And we're taking Y193 up to Banda. Okay. After Banda, H252BN. So again, we'll go to list. Airway. H252 is number 1. And BN might be on the next page. Yeah, 16. And then Y. BBN, and I'm not going to put in anything in terms of arrival just yet. Leave it just like it is for now. Let's go back to flight plan then. And let's make sure we're active nav leg is number 2 here.
Just about 514, monitor ground 121.7, have a good day.
Alright, 21.7, Jetstar 514.
Call 215, contact tower 120.5. Contact tower 120.5.
Okay.
On a 703, 56247, have a great day, too.
Jetstar 429, push is approved.
Okay, squawk 7214. It in fact is the same code that we had. 7214. And transponder is on.
Good, sorry. 29, taxi Bravo, hold short 25. Taxi Bravo, hold short 25.
Initial heading here is 155 and then IDBIM. We're going to need to make sure, I think, 500 and then direct IDBIM. We're going to need to be in nav mode off the ground, I think. So we'll get that set up in just a moment. But the initial heading, just to have it in, is the runway heading 155. So that's what we'll set the bug to.
Cross 25, Charlie Bravo 10, no 16 left. Flight 2.
Initial altitude 5,000.
Correction, back out of left before 164.
We'll get flight directors on.
Taxi Bravo, hold short 25.
Arm the altitude. We'll be in RNAV mode, and I am going to go ahead and be in LNAV off the ground here. That's, I think, going to be the most appropriate thing for this one.
Charlie Bravo 216 right.
Alright, sounds like we're pretty much done with the boarding. And that is good, because that is our next step. We'll go ahead and confirm parking brake is on. Shocks can go ahead and be pulled. We'll go ahead and get the elevator trim set, so we'll just touch the center of gravity and watch the wheel turn. Yes, it did. Okay, I think at this point oxygen systems can come back on.
Jetstar 516, I just want to verify it was Charlie Bravo 10, hold short of 16 left.
Let's jump up top and let's get fasten seatbelt signs on.
Repeat your call sign.
Jetstar 516.
Cruise cabin pressure 29,000. Come on.
Jetstar 516 negative, that was not for you.
Roger. Still short 25.
8 pound.
Cabin pressure, ice detection on.
Request taxi. Shoot me ground, Jetstar 511, ready for push and start.
Engine anti-ice on. Let's get the TMS set up. I think I've got this
Wilco, Jetstar 511.
numbers dialed in already. Let's power it up, put it into takeoff mode. 89.8. Now we can go ahead and set the bugs.
978. Taxi, Bravo, hold short 25.
Let's just make sure. Okay, 230 knots until we get to Kevin. So let's make sure we bug 230, not 250 here.
Good, Qantas 8 vacated on Alpha 3, listen for gate 10 at
230.
Qantas 8, contact ground 126.5.
126.5, Qantas 8.
Jetstar 516, taxi cross 25.
And ready to set up our pushback here.
Jetstar 516, cross 925 Golf to domestic 3. Jetstar 516, appreciate it. See ya.
Alright, we'll request our pushback. Go over to the airport diagram, so we're pushing onto Charlie, it looks like. Yeah, so we'll need to get the ground clearance to do that. Beacon light can come on. Let's get the
Jetstar 429.
pack off, rest of the fuel pumps on.
Cross 25 Bravo 10, honey plate 116 left.
Start master on, start selector on 4.
Taxi Charlie, cross 25. Taxi Bravo 10, holding point 16 left. Start 49.
Ground Jetstar 514 with Charlie, I'll stand 59, ready to push on to Charlie.
Netlink 1602, hold position, short of Charlie 1. Netlink 1602, hold short Charlie 1. Qantas 92, Charlie 1 to the bay.
Charlie 1 to the bay, Qantas 92.
Qantas 517, Charlie 1 to the bay.
Charlie 1 to the bay, Qantas 517.
Qantas 752, Charlie 1 to the bay.
And hope to be off by off the stand by 20 after, airborne by 30 after.
559, Charlie 1 to the bay.
Charlie 1, 559.
Golf Frank Charlie, hold short for runway 25.
We're going to be probably a few minutes extra getting out of here. That's all right, though.
Mike Charlie, cross 25, hold short Golf.
See if we can try again for our call.
Golf.
And ground jet.
Good day, well, stage 4, people on Bravo 10.
C431, taxi Bravo, hold short 25.
Bravo, hold short 25,
Ground Jetstar 514, push is approved.
Alright, push approved on the Charlie, Jetstar 542, thanks. Wasn't sure he heard me, obviously he did, and kudos. Away we go. Number 4 is starting.
Take ground flight October 160.
Flight up to contact Tower 124.7.
124.7, thanks, have a good day. Flight up 2.
Did our number 3 never come off? That's bizarre. Okay, well, yeah, that saves us 1 power and back up, huh?
Ground Jetstar 829, we're going short Bravo.
So this is number 4 red light goes off.
Taxi Bravo Hotel 25.
We'll skip the number 3, we'll go straight to the number 2.
Bravo Hotel 25, Jetstar 829.
Kind of nice, that saves us a little bit of time in the power up, but I don't know why that...
Jetstar 848 cross 25.
I don't know why that one didn't shut down. I guess that'll teach me to just take that on faith, huh? I guess probably a good thing to do would be to actually check next time that they all shut off.
Ground Qantas 201, holding short Bravo 2, 165.
Station, please repeat.
201.
Alright, and then let's get ready to rip through our pre-flight checks like as quickly as we can. As soon as the number 2 goes out, we'll start the number 1. There we go. 1, start.
Netlink 1602, continue taxi Bravo 2 on point 16 right.
Continue taxi Bravo 216 right, Netlink 1602.
2%.
Just start 829. Could you say that instruction again one more time?
G Miles
Golf to domestic 3.
Because I want this game so bad, but I have a PS5. Yeah, it's Xbox or a PC. On VATSIM, if you want to get on VATSIM, which is the network where you're hearing the communications and the realistic procedures, that's going to be on a PC. You wouldn't be able to do that on an Xbox. Alright, we got all 4 reds out. Up top, start selector off, start master off. Packs can come on. Gen, anti-icing. What else? Nope, that should stay on. APU air. Up top, I think we got hydraulic pumps. Hydraulic cross feeds. Alright, that's the one I think I pretty much do by memory now. Starter selector, start master, engine anti-icing, brake fans, hydraulic pumps. Yeah, okay, that flow I got pretty well down. Let's do a real quick control check. Blah blah blah. Flaps 18. Master warning system undone. Parking brake off. Hold the brakes. Check brake pressure. Config check. Not quite in flaps 18 yet, but we're okay. Do a couple things early. Weather and transponder.
Velocity 978 is short of 25 on Bravo, looking for domestic 2.
Velocity 978 at this time. That is not possible. Cross 25, taxi Bravo, Golf to domestic 3.
Bravo Golf to domestic 3, cross runway 25, velocity 978.
Ground, Jetstar 514 is on Charlie near Charlie 2 with information Delta ready to taxi.
Jetstar 514, taxi Charlie, Bravo 2 on point, runway 16 right.
Charlie and Bravo 2 to 16 right, velocity, I'm sorry, Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 514, sorry, I read that wrong. Taxi Charlie, cross 25, Bravo 10, holding point, 16 left.
Okay, southbound on Charlie, and then Bravo 10, and we'll cross 25 to 16 left. Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 29, that is not where I told you to go. Pull into the next bay on your right, please.
Oh, you said domestic 3, confirm?
That would be a right on Golf.
Okay, I thought that was Terminal 3. I got them confused. That's just 829.
Alright, so southbound Charlie. We're not, like, crashing into someone, are we? Southbound Charlie, cross 25.
Jetstar, correction, velocity 431, taxi Bravo, hot shot Golf.
Hot shot Golf, velocity 431.
We're kind of cooking along here. Just double check. No, I don't think they're using the east-west runway, so I think we should be fine here. So we'll stay on Charlie. So we'd hope to be airborne like now. I don't think we're going to be that late. It depends on the queue, how many are holding.
Cross runway China 76.
Yeah, Lawrence says they usually use that as a taxiway unless it's a really bad crosswind. That's kind of what I figured.
Domestic 3 by Golf was before they won.
Jetstar 511, sorry for the delay, push is approved.
Push through, Jetstar 511, no problem.
Jetstar 848, follow the velocity 737 to domestic 3.
Trying to see if I can get a little bit of an advance on what the departure queue is.
runway, China 761.
China 761, cross runway 25, Bravo, Golf to domestic 3.
So remember when I said that guy was zigzagging to heat up his tires? That's what we just did.
Cross runway 25, taxi via Bravo, Golf, China 761.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like there's too much of a departure queue here. Oh, we might be first in line.
Hello, velocity 417 on the visual 165.
Whoops, that's not what I meant to do.
417 Tower, g'day. And all stations, City Tower, just stand by 10 seconds.
I meant to do the announcement, not the, not change the aircraft state. Just checking my, doesn't look like it changed my bugs. I think we're okay, and I don't think anything substantial has changed. Let's just go ahead and reset bugs for the 18. And then 230 knots.
City Tower, Delta 6040.
Delta 6040, City Tower, g'day, runway 16 left, clear to land.
Clear land, Delta 6040.
Oh, I do think it changed me.
1502, connect departures.
I do think it changed me to the COM 1 radio. Let's make sure it hasn't changed anything else critical here.
Velocity 417, runway 16 right, clear to land.
16 right, clear to land,
Okay, yeah, we're in. BAe,
Welcome to City, taxi Tango Lima, hold short of Bravo.
5,000 armed, should still be in LNAV. Oh, flight directors.
City Tower, just up 423, with you on final runway 16
Okay.
right.
I think we're okay. Not only Olson, on a Kevin. Tower, Jetstar 514, short of 16 left, we're ready.
Jetstar 514, thanks for my 16 left, line up.
Line up 16 left, Jetstar 514. That was like, wait a minute, he cleared somebody to land. But the dude was like right there. Alright, strobes are coming out since we're entering the runway. I hope that it didn't change any other critical settings on me.
Jetstar 5423, expect a late landing clearance.
Okay, Jetstar 5423.
And Jetstar 5423, runway 165, good land.
Clear to land, runway 165, Jetstar 5423.
Velocity 417, located.
Velocity 417, thanks, Connect ground 121.47. 127, receive 417.
All right, 10:36, so we're only
28 Heavy Tower.
only 6 minutes after the intended departure time.
Taxi Tango Lima, hold short Bravo.
Probably 1 more minute before we actually get going, but that's not too bad.
United 28 Heavy, runway 16 right, line up and light.
Line up and away, 16 right, 39.
If that screwed anything up, it's all because I wanted to hear them say, cabin crew take seats for departure. That's the only thing. That's the only reason I hit that button.
Section 2, okay. Break just off 514, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 16 left, Jetstar 514.
Down in 332, okay.
And landing lights on. Turn off lights on. Let's go ahead and get our takeoff power set. I have no idea whether we'll actually get our call-outs.
Speed alive, both sides.
We will.
80 knots cross-checked. Power set, N1 G. V1. Rotate. V2. Positive rate of climb.
5423 Tower, thanks runway, correction, contact ground 121.847, break United 28, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 16 right, 39.
Contact ground 127,
Just 514, contact departures.
Contact departure, Jetstar 514.
Clear of conflict.
Are we direct IDBIM?
Canadian 33, runway, correction 33 heavy, runway 16 left, bit land.
Runway 16 left, bit 33.
Susan Tower, Qantas 553 on the route.
Sydney departure, Jetstar 514 is 2,100 going to 5.
Jetstar 514, Sydney departures, g'day. You're identified, climb to flight level 280.
Flight level 280 with Jetstar 514. Okay, so we should be direct Kevin now. I don't know that we did it. Yeah, we're direct Kevin. I think we zigzagged way more than we were supposed to there. What the plane was trying to do, but we finally got it direct IDBIM and then direct Kevin.
Departure United 28, we're passing 1,000.
We gotta get the speed up. Let's get the power setting where it's supposed to be. Vertical speed needs to come way down.
You're identified. Climb up via SID to flight level 280.
The FTO, safe height speed. Select
Okay, flaps coming in. And there's 230, and then as soon as we pass Kevin, we can go to 250.
Flight up to contact Brisbane Centre, 130.90. Consider 130.90. Thank you very much.
And then after Kevin, we should be making a banger of a left turn here. But that's the point. That's the point that we can shoot up to 250 knots.
Jetstar 429, contact centre on 130.90. 130.90. Jetstar 429.
Yeah, Llama, so in the U.S. we're used to hearing line up and wait. So when we just heard line up, it was kind of a bit of a meme there. Alright, now we can pitch down, get to 250.
American 2010 with you 170 heading climbing 5000.
American 2010, verify level.
2700 climbing 5000.
American 2010 heavy, senior pilots today, you're identified. Climb via SID to flight level 280.
So we got it to 250 now.
Our next waypoint is the no bar. I didn't seem to load in any other waypoints before that.
American 2010, no worries. I'll give you some vectoring to get to Nova.
Affirm, thank you.
Okay, we got 250. We are through 10, so there's a couple things we can do. Let's get the landing lights off, those lights off, the turn-off lights. Let's go ahead and get the hydraulic cross feeds off. I guess it turned one off for me. Let's just run through.
American 2010, you can cancel your SID and you can track direct to Nova flight stand up.
Everything else should be good here.
Cancel SID, American 2010, thank you.
Okay. I think everything else is fine. We're through 10. Got the engine bleeds now running the packs rather than the APU. And we got the pressure check. Everything is good.
511, Sydney departures, g'day, you're identified. Climb by SID to flight level 280.
After Exova, it's PEDLU.
Climb to flight level 280, just
okay, we're direct to PEDLU. And we're at 250, which is our normal climb speed. We could go to 265 at this point. However, 250 is our normal climb. We needed to be above 10,000 at Exova. And we probably were, if not really close to it, we were more than likely over it. Okay. I think we got it. I think everything's okay. Let me just double check. Through 10. Landing lights off, turn off lights off, engine air off, on rather. APU air off and APU off. Did I actually turn the APU itself off? I believe I did. Yeah. No, I want it off. Off is correct. And then the hydraulic cross feeds and then the cabin pressure check. Oh, and the other thing is we're probably above transition altitude here. Yeah, 10,000. So we can go ahead and change it to standard pressure. Of course, we're coming up on 18 now anyway. But we could have gone ahead and changed that over at crossing 10. But now we've definitely done it. And at 18, I would do another cabin pressure check anyway. 10,000, it should be about 1/3 of the way through its range. 18, it should be about 2/3. And then when you get up to cruise, it should be kind of right there near the max. So we're good. Everything is everything's going the way we foresaw, more or less.
Everything is proceeding as I had foreseen.
Interestingly, it does look like when I hit that button over there, it changed that setting automatically. I like. Yeah, 720 is probably good for now. We did get up to 280. We have that armed. Yeah, everything's going okay. Got a little goofy because I was just trying to get the cabin crew to make the announcement, seats for takeoff. And I inadvertently hit ready for takeoff and jumped to the state. So that was Pretty goofy on my part.
3 on 5.
Didn't end up hurting us though. Couple of little settings I had to put back the way I had them. Other than that, we recovered from that okay. Alright, we're out to 5 miles from Folsom, and then we're pretty much done with the Kevin 7. Start looking at our Brisbane arrivals here. Alright, so we passed Olsen. Wyatt's turning right. After Olsen, it should be a little bit of a left turn, I would have thought. Ismum, and then Mvug. Okay, it's correct. That seemed like the wrong direction of turn. Well, that's an overshot, and we only saw it when we came back to it, which is fine. As long as we're going in roughly the right direction, I won't question it too much. Yeah, it does depict like we made kind of a right turn there.
Guitar 514, contact Brisbane Centre on 130.9er.
Alright, 30.9er, Jetstar 514, we'll see you.
Under 332, when ready, descend by star 10,000, UNH-1014. When ready, descend by star 210,000, on for 332. Station SIN information, uniform current changes, wind varying between 190 and 260 degrees at 9 knots, temperature 25.
Brisbane Centre, Jetstar 514's 233, going to 280.
Jetstar 514, g'day, climb final 290.
290, Jetstar 514. There we are. So how badly?
Just fortunate this request 2 minutes out of cockpit.
Yeah, how badly did we botch that departure procedure? Yeah, pretty badly it looks like. I don't think it's supposed to be a 100-degree turn off the runway.
Brisbane Centre, good afternoon. Qantas 632 with you, flight level 370, approaching waypoint 20.
Let's go back to Sydney and the departures of the Kevin 7. Yeah. So Idbim is kind of like right in the middle of the harbor entrance there. So what our plane was aiming at, I have no idea. But as soon as I realized it was badly missing it, I'm like, okay, get the next waypoint, next waypoint, next waypoint. You know, but that's always the key, right? I mean, yes, you can use this automation, and the automation takes a lot of the workload off the pilot, but the part of the workload that it doesn't take off, and this is what VATSIM pilots tend to mess up a lot, the part of the workload that it doesn't take off is watch and make sure it's doing what you told it to do, or what you think you told it to do. First of all, They have glitches. They don't always do what you tell them to do. Second of all, you have glitches. You don't always tell it to do what you think you told it to do. So you've always got to have that extra set of eyes. Is this happening the way it's supposed to happen? If it's not, what can I do to make it happen? You don't have to leave it in LNAV mode. You can put it in heading mode, point it in the right direction, and then figure it out. Always 100 different ways to accomplish the thing. You know, I think sometimes on the forums, the Discord rather, you know, people, experienced VATSIMers are quick to say, hey, if it doesn't do what you told it to do, go manual, fly it by hand. You don't always have to fly it by hand. There are definitely 3 other modes you can use to accomplish the same thing. Right, and Lauren's, yeah, plan F is, if it completely breaks and you can't sort it out, ask for a heading, and you know, let the controllers put you in a direction that's not going to conflict with anybody, and then you've got time to sort it out. But A, the standard VATSIM pilot reaction, which is, I don't know what it's doing, it's messing up, not good. But B, I contend the standard Discord response to that is, well, then just hand fly it. No, there's solutions in between those two extremes. Yes, hand fly it is a backup plan, but it doesn't have to be the first backup plan. The first backup plan can be get it out of LNAV and VNAV and put it in just a heading mode and a vertical speed mode that approximates what you're supposed to do. If you can get it close enough, then you can sort out what's going on, get it back into the right mode. Controller may not even notice. Yes, hand flying is just one of many more basic modes to revert to. If you, guys, I'll tell you what. You'll often hear more experienced VATSIM pilots refer to this video, and a lot of times they refer to it in a disparaging way. Oh, these guys are just children of the magenta line.
Okay. Automation dependency.
Hold on.
New Zealand 108 radio check.
It is a treatise on pilots being too dependent on automation. However, what the presenter here advocates is the correct response. You don't have to knock it down to 0 automation, but you can knock it down 1 level of automation, get the box programmed the way it's supposed to be programmed, then you can put it back to that higher level of automation. If that doesn't work, okay, knock it down 1 more level of automation, right? If LNAV and VNAV is not cutting it, okay, well then just a VOR track and, you know, a vertical speed, or a flight level change mode rather. If that doesn't do it, hey, then a heading and a vertical speed. If that doesn't do it, then grab the go. You know what I mean? Anyway. So that was kind of what happened here. Was I realized it was going bad, and then I fixed it. Key thing is, when it goes bad, don't just watch it go bad. Intervene. Do something about it. Anyway, all right, so that's good to know. I mean, it's good to see. You know, it definitely did. You know, the other thing I was like, well, maybe it did it right, and it was just seemed like a sharper turn than it should have seemed. But no, I definitely think it was going wrong. It somehow missed this point in BIM, and it was trying to turn back and turn toward it, I think. So I was at that point, I was just like, all right, just get me exactly. At that point, I was just like, all right, get me pointed toward Kevin. That's what we need to do at this point, is just get pointed toward Kevin, and then we'll sort the rest out. Alright, so we're coming in from the south, and let's look at the route that we're on. right? Because our filed route goes all the way to the point Brisbane, this Brisbane VOR, Bravo November. But we're going to be passing this point Gommel and Lagob. So let's see if there's any arrivals that are brought in from Gommel or Lagob. This is the one kind of cool thing about ICAO style SIDS and stars versus American SIDS and stars, is they're all tied to the point that you're connecting via. So if we'll look at Gommel, we'll look at Lagob. If there's an arrival that's named one of those things, what do we need? Brisbane stars. Yeah, there's Gommel 4 Alpha, Gommel 4 Alpha, Gommel 4 Victor, Gommel 4 X-ray. So we're going to be on one of these four, and the difference is which arrival runway are we going to be on. The 4 Alpha is for 1 left and 19 right. The 4 Alpha for 1 right and 19 left has a separate chart. The 4 Victor might be... It's for either radar vector, it looks like. Okay, yeah, so these are if you're RNAV capable. Yeah, this is RNAV also. So this would be if you're going to be following the route all the way to the runway. This would be if you're going to be following the route all the way to the other runway. This would be more like if they're going to vector you for sequencing. They want you on this because they want you to keep on going out until they turn you in. And this is similar, but gets you pointed closer. So interesting. I guess I don't really completely understand the use case. It looks to me like this is a high traffic one, because in this one they're just going to shoot you off into oblivion and they'll turn you in when they're ready to. But on these, like, they're just trusting you to just follow the entire path in. So this, I guess, would be used in lower traffic when they've got you pretty well sequenced. This would be used in higher traffic when they have to do the sequencing in the approach terminal airspace. That's what it looks like to me. Again, I don't know this airspace. I'm just basing that on what I'm seeing here. No, it might be a different one for daytime and nighttime. Yeah, that's true, Lauren. All right, we've reached 29. We've started to pick up airspeed. We can go ahead and turn the seatbelt lights off. And I'm going to go ahead and bug 771, 72 right there. And we're just going to kind of chill and let the speed come up. I'm not going to knock the power down just yet. Hey, look at that. We got the raid coming in from Stu. How are you, Stu? What were you up to tonight? Were you part of this madness down here? Is there blood rushing to your head yet? Yeah, I think so, because yeah, we're definitely pretty inverted here. Oh, that's funny. My arrow keys were... My right and left arrow keys were reversed when that happened. Cowie, is it normal for controllers to give vectors instead of an RNAV star for aircrafts that are slant Zulu? Yes. I mean, it's normal for controllers to give vectors if you're on an RNAV star, regardless of your equipment. It depends more on what the traffic level is. If they can let you stay on the star all the way in, then they will. But if they need to vector you because they've got to sequence you behind a whole bunch of other arrivals, then they're going to do that. It may or may not be a function of what your equipment code is. So you did Brisbane to Sydney, which was, we're doing the opposite leg now, and then you went ahead back to the stateside and did Columbus to Louisville. Cool deal. What were you flying in tonight?
On the 332, connected in approach 124, excellent 4, good day.
Alright, speed's pretty much coming up. Let's not...
1244, on the 332.
Seems like we're not going to want to knock it down a lot here. Let's just try 730 as a starting point. Go into the target temp. It's telling us the white arrows pointed downwards, telling us we need to pull the throttles down. Once we see those disappear, I'm going to be unable that. Do we just to descend?
Yes, please. Descend to flight level 270.
Okay, 270, JetStar 514.
Flight to your back of thing.
Flight 6, let's go back.
Flight 2, you able to climb at all?
Alright, so we can give it a crack.
Climb to flight level 310.
310, flight 2.
Okay, I thought maybe if he got him to climb, then we wouldn't need to descend, but he didn't come back to us and say anything about not descending, so. Okay, so you did the 738 down here, and then the business jet version in the States with the Boris audio for it. I've heard good things. No pun intended. Yeah, Cowie, yeah, you definitely want to make sure you know what to do when you pass that last point in the star, because turning yourself onto the approach without clearance to do that is definitely not it. That's how did the kids say it 5 years ago? That's not the moves. We'll get back down to 270, and then we'll rebug Mach 7.2 there. Okay, let's watch it kick over into altitude capture. Okay, it's got it. Back we go into climb thrust, but only because I want to get back up to this cruise airspeed here. And then we'll try, like I said, we'll try 730. And we'll try 720. That's not an auto throttle Mach speed, by the way. That's 720 degrees Celsius that it's going to set these engines to do. So as soon as the airspeed gets back up, did we turn the, yeah, I turned the fasten seat belts down already. Down, off, all the way down. Weird way to say it. Alright. Let's watch that bubble get up near the center. That means the airspeed is going to be right near where it's bugged. The bubble's not magic, by the way. It's just tied to whatever speed you have bugged. Alright, so it's coming in there. Let's just go ahead and set it to whatever I've got it dialed into. 720 there, I think. Yep. Okay, the white arrows are telling me I need to reduce. Okay, the white arrows went out. That means I've reduced far enough. It's going to fine-tune it from there. Just visually, I like to get them right on the right level, but as long as the box is not saying that I have to increase or decrease them, it's okay. You get it close enough, you get it in the ballpark, the box does the rest. And okay, you can see our four engines are putting out 720 degrees right now. So now let's see what effect that has on the bubble. Is it going up or down? It's going down. 458, 457. Let's hop over here. Bump it up a couple degrees. Let's try 750, see what that does. And we can watch here. We got maybe a little bit of a better view here, but honestly we got the ground speed readout from the GPS here, so that'll tell us, I think, in more detailed terms. Okay, 457 to 458, so it's coming up, but it's coming up very slowly. So we might be okay with that setting. Let's just kind of watch it over time. Let's see. Alright, now, we don't know which version of the GOML we're going to get. Let's see if we can at least figure out what runways they're using. While I'm going to do this, let's keep half an eye on the bugged airspeed here. By the way, once we got to cruise, fasten seatbelts, speed bug, and turbine gas time mode. Okay, we're good then. Alright, enough. Brisbane, ATIS, Charlie, 19 left and right. So again, kind of assuming that coming from the south and east, we're going to end up on a left downwind for 19 left. But once again, well, that's not 100% guaranteed. They really could put us on either one.
Connor 632, your control service is terminated for exchange correct.
Connor 632, thanks. Cheers.
So we can take an educated guess. Oh, I like how the tower frequencies are the same and the ground frequencies are the same. That's fun. They're far enough away that that doesn't matter at all, but kind of neat though. So we can kind of take some educated guesses as to the next frequencies that we need, and then again we'll put our best guess as the 4 alpha to 1 left. I mean, sorry, 19 left. The 4 alpha to 19 left. That's going to be our best guess as to the
1546 Melbourne Senegal. Just confirm
reliable profile. Well, we'll put that in for now, and then if we have to change it, we'll be ready to change it. Alright, so 21.7 is the ground frequency. I'm going to get that set over here on the right.
Qantas 526, Brisbane Senegal, climb level 390.
Climb level 390, Qantas 526.
21.7, and then the tower frequency Again, assuming this should be on 20.5.
Emirates 256, Melbourne Center.
So we'll be ready to go with those. But right now we're using that left-hand COM1 radio. When we get to tower, we'll just...
514, control service terminated, change advisory express.
You guys closing up?
I'm here, but your next sector's offline. There's nothing between you and Brisbane approach.
Okay, gotcha. We'll contact them when we get closer if they're still on. JustFlight 514, we'll see you.
Flight on 2, control services terminated, first to change.
Yeah, so the event technically ended 11 minutes ago. So...
Qantas 438, descend via the star 9000, QNH1021.
Brisbane approach 24-7.
Qantas 215, speed 250 knots.
So 24-7. So at this point, we can kind of make our own judgment as to which star to fly. So we'll go ahead and put ourselves in for the Gomel 4 Alpha. Now the one thing for this one, it says we can be between 9 and 12, but at this one we have to be at 9. So I'm going to manually, and the VNAV in this aircraft is a little bit primitive. It's just going to automatically assume the bottom of the range everywhere you go. So instead of being 9 here and then staying at 9 for 16 miles, I'm going to be at 12 here and then 9 here. So that means I'm going to have to manually edit Salil to be 12,000. So we'll go ahead and put all that in now. Almost 4 Alpha to 19 left. Let's go down here and let's go in the menu. Arrivals. 19 left. Almost 4 Alpha. And we think it's going to be the ILS 19 left. I guess I should look at, yeah, 19 left from Betso, because that's where the star is. Put all that in the flight plan. And yeah, Gomel, and then Mikug, Salel, Saga, Ipson, Umgov. Oh, okay. This was our original routing. So we need to delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Yeah, after Omcax, then it's Gomel, then Mikug, Salil, Saga, Ipson, Omgov. So we got that all sorted out. Now, we got nav there. Let's go to the VNAV page. Now, when we do this on a second flight, I've noticed there's a little bit of a glitch sometimes where it deletes stuff that it shouldn't. Let's see if we can get this done. But we'll just have to know that Salil at 12 and then Salga at 9. Let's see if that works correctly. Next. Salil's point 14. Enter, and we wanted at 12,000. And enter. Salil, Saga. Okay, so we were only changing that one. It didn't. We didn't miss anything up this time. So 177 miles to Salel, but 119 miles to the point where we're going to start down to descend for it. If we started down now, we'd need to descend at 650 per minute. But once we get this 118 miles closer to it, then the descent rate will be more like this. Okay. I'm happy with that. Looks like the speed settled in quite nicely. I forgot all about it while I was yammering on, and it stayed pretty stable. So we're good with what we got there. All that being said, though, you know, we do have to kind of be ready for the idea that 19 left might not be what they want us on. We're not going to really know that. We're not really going to know that until we're close to it. But let's just assume it is for now, but we'll be ready to switch. So if we're on 19 left, it'll be 110.1 and 196. So let's start getting set up. 110.1.
Just 8:25 connected.
And 196. If we have to go missed, just a 166 to 4,000. We might have to hope for 19 left because 19 right might not exist in our scenery. Okay. Well, all the more reason. I just think because we're coming from that side, it makes more sense, but... $220, and again, this is a Category 1 chart, so this is a barometric minimum. I can set the radio altimeter to 220, but if there's a difference between height above terrain at the threshold versus height above terrain at the missed approach point, then it's going to screw this up. So what I do is, we're going to fudge it, we're just going to add 100 to it. That way the minimum call will happen, hopefully, unless there's a bigger than 100 foot discrepancy there. Minimum call will come prior to reaching the barometric minimum at the 220. So not really setting that 100% correctly because we don't have an alerter for the barometric minimum. We've only got an alerter for the radio altimeter minimum. But that'll have to be good enough for now. Alright, so frequency and course set. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach altitude we said was 4. Minimums are set. V-speeds will do closer. Right hand turn off if we make it down successfully. Climbing left if we go missed. Matter of fact, it's a climbing left of 166. I'm just going to go ahead and set 166 over here, just as a reminder. We're not really using that for anything. Set that as a reminder for the missed approach heading. 4,000 will be the altitude if we go missed. And then let's refresh the ATIS. Looks like approach went offline also. Alright, we're probably going to be on our own then. $19 left, 19 right. 210 at 8, so it's mostly down the center line. It's an 8-knot wind, but it's only 20 degrees offset from center. QNH is 1013, which is standard, which we're already set at, so that's one less thing we got to do. By the way, if we were needing to change from standard to local setting, we would do it at 11,000 feet for flight level 110 rather than 18,000, which is what we're below used to doing that at in the States or in North America. But in our case, not applicable. It's one and the same. Yeah, Lawrence says it could be that they run departures and arrivals on both. Or if they split one departure and one arrival. I mean, the ATIS just says 19 left and right for arrivals and departures. So we're just going by the information we have. It seems like we could have gotten either. However, it's looking increasingly like it's kind of going to be up to us. Tower ground and ATIS, all we got left there. Everybody else bugged. if for whatever reason we needed to switch to the right side on short notice, and if it's in our scenery, 1093, so we can kind of just have it set in case we need to switch. But to Lauren's point, we may switch and find that there's nothing there to switch to. And if the approach is in our nav data but not physically at the airport, I don't know how the simulator would handle that. Would we have an approach that just led to nothing, led to a strip of grass, or would we not be able to tune it at all? No, they dropped me, Lauren. They did. Yeah, earlier we were definitely in a sector as we were coming across that did not appear to be staffed, but the controller that we were talking to was still holding on to us. And we heard at least one other plane ask, are they supposed to be on a different frequency? And he's like, nope, you're with me. And I didn't even question it because I know that they do that. But in this case, no, he did tell us, what was it, about 5-6 minutes ago? Maybe a little longer, 10 minutes ago? That he was, and I asked him, I was like, oh, you guys shutting down? He's like, well, I'm staying on, but you're passing into a sector that's already shut down. At that time, Brisbane Approach was still on, and he said, so, yeah, there's nobody between you and Brisbane Approach. But now that approach controller's gone off as well. And by the way, I hope that I'm not sounding critical that they have closed up shop. The event is over. 0300 Zulu is when it was ended, and that is 23 minutes ago. So they have not done anything wrong. We are always happy when we have service past the published end time, but definitely not a negative reflection upon them. This means that we're 54 miles from top of descent. So now that we're a little closer, it's 1,000 feet per minute to get to Sal Al at 12. I feel like that's like, is this somebody in the Superman universe? Is this like his aunt? I don't know. I'm making that up. Yeah, and my planning spreadsheet did say that our arrival time would be 3 minutes after midnight, and then I think we took off, what was it, 7 minutes late? So probably, according to my sheet, scheduled to get in at about 10 after. I think we're going to be a little earlier than that, though. No, maybe not. We're still 50 miles from top of descent. Yeah, that might be about accurate, honestly. So, just based on the flights I wanted to do tonight, I kind of knew that we were extending the coverage. I've considered two things. I was like, okay, well, should we start? When we have these two hopper flights that we know are going to push the envelope of the event time, should we A, start the stream a half an hour earlier, or B, start the stream at the normal time, 7 p.m. Eastern time, but already have some of the pre-flight setup done? And, I've kind of decided, not really, because I like the fact that the streams show the process from the beginning. And then, a lot of times, a lot of times we pick two short enough flights that we get them done within the event time. But, B, sometimes controllers stay on late and we get coverage for the rest. So, yeah, Stu says I've done the method of starting with some of the pre-flight done before. Yeah, and I'm sure many streamers do. I like starting from the beginning, just for the tutorial purpose. I mean, these streams aren't intended necessarily as tutorials, you know, I do have a handful of that are on my YouTube channel that are straight up tutorials, and what I do is A, I don't have the chat running, and B, I'm more cautious to make sure that I do things the right way and I don't use a take where I screw something up, and then C, I edit out the long pauses where we're just at cruise and nothing's happening. Yeah, Stu says if you ever fly through my airspace, I'm usually there for an hour or two cleanup. Right, and you guys have seen enough of my air traffic control streams that I'll pretty much be the last man standing. I stay on. As long as there's traffic, I'm pretty much staying on. So I kind of tend to be the last man standing. Not 100% of the time, but probably 90% of the time. Oh, speaking of which, our next stream, by the way, a very rare Sunday morning stream. One thing that our facility, ZDC, is doing, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday, ZDC is offering a 24 hours of ZDC event. So our controllers will kind of be coming and going for that entire stretch between 7 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday and 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. So I'll be popping in. I'm taking the Sunday early morning shift. We'll be on 7 a.m. Eastern Time Sunday morning, and we'll do a nice leisurely, what I expect to be, nice leisurely 5 hours on Raleigh-Durham approach and departure. Yeah, Lauren says we try to stay on a little later in Cleveland as well. If we have the TMU or CIC roster, you're pretty much mandated to take the night shift for cleanup. Oh, there you go. That's a decent policy. All right, where are we in terms of our top of descent here, friends? 20 miles to go, and we're getting close to it. And it doesn't hurt to start down a little early. I mean, really, this advisory descent rate is going to adjust to get you to this point no matter what. So if your controller tells you to start down early, or if you start down late, it's just whatever the current situation is, it's going to give you the feet per minute that you need in order to make your next constraint. So it'll continually adjust that in real time. If you miss high, miss low, or whatever, you can see it's slowly climbing. The closer we get to top of descent, the steeper it's going to take a descent to get to the constraint. That makes sense. Oh, and then there was one. We're down to just the tower controller at this point. Alright, 10 miles out. Let's go ahead and get started. The field elevation at Brisbane. This is another one where it's next to nothing, right? It's essentially airport elevation 15 feet. So for starters, let's come up here. Let's go ahead and get the fasten seatbelt signs on. Let's get the target cabin pressure set to match the outside pressure at our destination, which would be essentially nothing, honey. $290. I want to bug 280. I'm going to go ahead and put it into descent. And then we'll just sink. And I'll pull the throttles out. We're still armed. I guess we're going to need to turn our selected altitude down and arm it. And then as the airspeed catches 280, hard to tell when the needle comes right through 280. We'll go ahead and capture the indicated airspeed, and then the plane will adjust the pitch to keep 280. So the less thrust you have, the more of a nose down attitude it needs to keep that speed. Therefore, it turns into a situation where you're pretty much, the plane's keeping 280 for you. The descent rate is controlled by the throttle at this point. So I like where that is, so I'm just going to adjust the bug to show that we're dead center on our target speed, because that's what it looks like to me. And we're descending at about 1,000 feet per minute, and we need to be descending at like 1950. So I'm going to pull a little bit more throttle out here. Give it a minute. It's going to fluctuate, you know, it's going to start plummeting, but let's give it a minute, because as the airspeed picks back up, the descent rate will kind of weave and bob around a little bit. So that's more like 2,500. I'm going to add some throttle back in now. I guess the one thing we can do, monitor 22.8 like we're supposed to, monitor 21.5 like we're supposed to. What's the tower if they happen to still be on? 20.5. I don't know what I said, Stu, but I dialed it incorrectly. Yeah, 22.8 is what we're monitoring because we're on en route advisories. 21.5 is what we're monitoring because it's the guard frequency. I think that I said it correctly, but I would not be... it wouldn't shock me if I didn't. Added a little more throttle back in. Well, I think maybe too much there. We're supposed to be doing 1850, and yeah, now we're down about 1,000 feet per minute. We're going to chase it just a little bit. Yeah, just going to make sure to make small adjustments, and then you got to give it time. Give it time to settle into the new stable descent. It's going to bob and weave. It's going to, you know, you pull the thrust out so the plane loses airspeed, and then it pitches down to recover that airspeed. So it kind of goes in a little bit of a cycle until it stabilizes. So when you make a throttle adjustment like that and the plane is pitching to keep that speed for you, you do just have to give it a moment to react. Yeah, we're descending about 1,500 now. We're supposed to be doing 18 now, 1850. So once again, yeah, just pull a little bit more throttle out of it. And the fact that we got it in sync mode means that it's automatically going to keep all four pretty close to the same power. Okay, are there any speed restrictions along this star that we need to be aware of? Not until we get 230 at OMGov, and that's down to 5,000 feet, so good to keep 280 250 below 10, and then 230 at OMGov. Alright, I think we might be over descending a little bit yet. Back down at like 2,500. So, it's fine. It's not bad. It's going to tell us what to correct to in order to hit this constraint. Now, when you get like real close to that constraint, number's going to start changing. It's almost like a VOR. How the angle to the VOR changes, the closer you are to it, the faster the angle to the VOR changes. Same thing in terms of vertical target. acquisition. The closer you get to it, the more rapidly that number's going to change. You don't want to overdo it in terms of chasing it in those last couple of miles. Because remember, it's a range there. We can actually be anywhere between 9 and 12. So if we miss it, we should miss it low. Yeah. We should descend. We should err on the side of descending too much here. How do I do my vertical speeds? So I have it pitch. I have it in indicated airspeed mode. So I have it pitching to maintain the 280, and then I'm totally just controlling my descent by throttle. So if you want to descend faster, just take another touch of throttle out. If you want to descend slower, put another touch of throttle in. So here's the 12 miles and 1,500 feet to Salil. The 12 miles to lose 3,000 feet. Yeah, that's pretty good. That'll work. I mean, it's 100 ways to skin a cat, right, Stu? I mean, if you have the plane keeping your vertical speed, then the throttle controls the speed. If you have the plane keeping the forward airspeed, then the throttle controls the vertical speed. Whichever one you lock, you control the other, right? I never really did figure out what we're descending to. What are we descending to? If we're descending via the star, we're descending to 5,000. Now, it seems like in Australia you don't typically get cleared to the entire bottom of the star. You get stepped down intermediately through the star. In the U.S., they would just like descend via the blank blank arrival. Oh, well, that automatically clears me to the lowest altitude on it. They don't do that here. They say descend via the star to flight level blank. They omit the word to. Descend via the star, flight level blank. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Salga is now... Okay, so we passed Salil. We're now headed to Salga, so we're now going to be at 9,015 miles. Okay, so we're going to keep the 280 for now. Salga at 9, 1,200 per minute, and we're stabilizing a little bit slower than that. And now Salga, we're supposed to be at 9, so we're going to be a little bit more careful with that one. But we're also coming up on 10,000, where we've got a handful of things to do to set the aircraft up, plus we need to decelerate to 250 knots. So first things first, we'll bug 250 and be ready to change speeds here in just a moment. But secondly, let's go ahead and get the hydraulic cross feeds. We're going to go ahead and transfer... Oh, wait a minute. I guess we need to start the APU before we do that. Yeah, it's warning us that the APU is deploying, but yeah, we knew that because we told it to do that. Alright, while we're waiting for the APU to deploy, let's go ahead and slow it down. I'm going to take it out of indicated airspeed hold. I'm going to pitch up while pulling throttles down. And I want to pull the throttle. Can't pull the throttles below 60. Right, because we need, this is what the descent mode means. It says 60. Yeah, we need at least 60 in order to power the electronics. So let's keep it 60 or higher. But we're almost down to the point where we're catching that 250 speed. Alright, so back to indicated airspeed. And now let's get back to... we're gonna miss the... we're gonna miss that constraint about 500 feet high. That's okay. Let's just get into a consistent descent, not worry about that for the moment. Let's finish what we were doing up here. Let's get the APU air on and engine air off. Other thing we can do is get landing lights on. We'll get the turn-off lights on when we have our landing clearance. Alright, so how did it shake out here? We're at 250 now. Now we're a little bit slow. Let's pitch it down. Okay, let's capture the 250 there. Okay, what's the next constraint? OmGov at 5,000, then it wants us at 1450. Yeah, we're pretty close to that. Brisbane traffic, Jetstar 514's 15-mile left base, essentially. 8,000 descending. We're intending 19er left at Brisbane. Looks like we magically kind of sequenced in perfectly here. We got a Jetstar, we got a Qantas, and then us. And then there's really the next one behind us is, there's really nobody behind us. They're ways down there. So, as long as we keep good spacing with the Qantas ahead, worked out magically okay. Alright, and then we gotta slow it to 230. Yeah, it's standard. We covered that earlier. It just kind of helped us. 1013, so we're already there. Alright, so here we go. We got to slow down again. 230. Now we can take the throttles all the way out because we've got the electricity is coming up from the APU at this point. So throttles all the way out. We'll pitch up. Slow it to 230. Recapture. And then once we join the approach, 85, 185. So we might as well just take it down to that at this point. Let's go ahead and bug our arrival speeds here. And we'll switch over to tower. Alright, throttle's all the way out. .1 to BETSO. That means, yeah. 4.1 to BETSO at 4. It means we gotta go ahead and put some spoiler in here. Alright, friends, let's go ahead and start getting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command is necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way.
Brisbane Tower, good afternoon.
Localizer.
632 is on the island.
Localizer captured.
419 left.
Nice load captured.
632, Brisbane Tower, runway 19 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 19 left. On to 632.
That went a little bit low, so we can pull up. And I'm going to go ahead and re-bug here so we can get the final approach speed sets.
Established on the ILS.
That might be the other runway over there. It's not certain. It's okay. Brisbane Tower, Jetstar 514, 12 mile final, 19 left.
Jetstar 514, Brisbane Tower, reduce minimum approach speed, traffic about a minute ahead of you.
Well, we're reducing to final approach speed. Jetstar 514. See him, I didn't realize we were crawling up on him that quick.
It's 429 vacated Tango.
It's 429.
Speed check below 205.
Sierra
Select flaps 18.
Zulu Alpha. Bravo 5, Bravo Charlie 4 to the bay.
Taxi Sierra Zulu Alpha, Bravo 5, Bravo Charlie 4 to the bay. Just 429.
$2,500.
All stations, Brisbane Inflation Echo, now current changes, winds 220 degrees, 10 knots, UNH-1012, Brisbane Inflation Echo.
Keep the predictions coming, guys. Some numbers into the chat. No bot command necessary, just a number, positive or negative. We know that you need a descent rate, whether you put the minus sign or not. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which we will pull. And I thought the sim was frozen. We're so stable that I thought the sim was frozen. Pull on the Tuesday after across the pond. I think that's the 29th of April is when our landing rate drawing is going to be. We are a little bit fast, but when we're a little bit low, we pull the nose up, should solve both of those things. And we got one more notch of flaps to go. The gear's down in green. We do have one more notch of flaps to bring in. 4 run landing flaps.
Speed checked below 170. Select flaps 30.
I will hold on that. Well, now the speed's kind of getting out of hand. We're within 5 miles, so at this point we need to go ahead and get in our landing configuration. Yeah, it looks like we've got the other runway there, Lauren. It's hard to tell for certain, but it does look like I got it over there.
Qantas 632 is clear. Get 514, runway 19 left, clear to land.
Little land 19 left, JustFlight 514.
Qantas 632, taxi Bravo 4, Charlie 1 to the bay, no delay. Bravo 4, Charlie 1 and no delay to the bay, Qantas 632.
A little bit high, correcting. A little bit fast, correcting as well.
500.
Very slightly off to the right.
Plus 100.
We are landing.
Minimums. Minimums. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Yellow.
Very happy with that one.
Brake pressure C.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Knots. 60 knots.
Flaps, spoilers, flight directors, TMS. Tower, Jetstar 514, we're off at Alpha 6. I have no idea where Jetstar parks here. If you can give us a gate number, that'd be fine.
Jetstar 514, taxi Bravo 6, Bravo Charlie 5, and then looking for pretty much any of the bays in the 30s.
Alright, Bravo 6, Bravo, Charlie 5, and then anything in the 30s. Okay, I see that just north of that. Okay, that'll work. Jetstar 514, thanks.
Yeah, it looks like the company is just pulling into 30, so around there.
Alright, we'll take maybe 32. Thank you. Jetstar 514. Alright, the landing lights, strobes can come off. Turn off lights. Bravo 6, we'll make the right on the Bravo. Weather radar can come off. Transponder can go back into yeah, brakes in the mid 300s, so it's not too bad. This Charlie 5 here. Charlie 4. Charlie 5 is what we wanted. RKD Roboprod. Took me a moment to figure out where all the spaces are in that username, but I got it, I think. Appreciate the follow. Thank you kindly. Let me just run through the taxi and stuff, make sure I got everything. Speed brake flap, TMS, I think I got. Yeah, that's off. Flight directors, landing lights, strobes, runway exit lights, weather and transponder. So is this kind of hard to tell, and I believe this is just default scenery, so if I'm missing accurate gate markings, I would not be surprised by that. Alright, parking brakes. Ooh, yeah, not too bad. Long stream. Almost 5 hours and a couple minutes of wrap up here. But yeah, good stream. Second landing in particular was nice. Of course, we didn't have much of a crosswind to contend with. That helped us out. Let's just run through the turnaround checklist and we'll look at our predictions and then we'll go ahead and shut it down the rest of the way. Master warning knob can come back out at this point. The oxygen systems can come off since we're about to pop the windows. Whoops. Those were off and I just turned them on. That must have been one of the things that changed when I accidentally hit this button up here. Ready for takeoff. Why would the oxygen systems be turned off for that though? Oh well. Oxygen systems off. We'll go ahead and come up here to the engine gens and pack number 2 off. Go ahead and cut off. Let's make sure all 4 engines shut down that time. And it looks to be the case. Good. Back up top, fasten seatbelt signs can come off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4 can come off. Screen and probe heats can come off. Ice detection. And beacon light over here.
Flight up to Brisbane Tower.
Go ahead and get our chalk set.
Okay, I've got the
passenger, cargo.
19 left, but I see below the aircraft, and would you like me to take a visual until I find a lift?
Hydraulic cross feeds are off.
Flight off, if you're happy to do a visual, then that would be awesome. Looks like you've
hydraulic
got
pumps are off.
Steaming overhead right about now. Fantastic, no worries. If you're happy for the visual, I'll just request for a Victor to get me towards the end of the field there so I can get to the front.
It's 2000 and standby.
Flight up to field is about
and let's take a peek at our predictions and then we'll take a peek at your predictions.
330 or thereabouts, that should get you.
So my predictions had to do with timing and fuel. Let's see how I did. Expected to be down and on the blocks at 3 minutes after midnight, and we got in 3 minutes early. Woo, that's pretty good. 5,660 is what's predicted to be left in the tank. Let's see how I did with that. 5660. Not too bad. 6,200 or thereabouts. 6,300 maybe. 6,300. So, yeah, not too bad. About 600 extra pounds, 700 extra pounds. We'll take that. Timing and fuel estimates worked out pretty well. Let's look at your predictions now. So, again, we didn't have that nasty crosswind that we had coming into Sydney. I also think we had less sim lag because we had less traffic. So I had a little bit better and smoother control. all of that combined to a nice, smooth, gentle 130 as we touch down. So how do we do with your numbers? Let's look. 155, 69, 125, 183. Bed Dave with the guess of 125 is only 5 away. So Bed Dave gets the... Oh, I owe you... I got to get another roll of tickets. Because we had a tie on the first one, so I got 26.2's ticket for Sydney. I think it was ELW 124 that had the other one. I got to get yours, or whoever. I can't remember if it was ELW or Heisenberg. One of you guys. I'll wind the stream back. I'll make sure I give it to the right person. But then Bed Dave, I owe you one of these as well. So I just got to get more tickets out of the drawer. We'll get that taken care of. Don't worry, I won't jip you. But congrats to Bed Dave for a 5 away guess of 125 on an actual of 130. Gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. And that drawing will be on the Tuesday after Across the Pond. I believe that is Tuesday the 29th. ELW Flyer, you're looking for some raffle tickets into our Alphabets raffle. Let's get this taken care of for you. Wasn't you? Must have been ELW. You got 1 or 6? You got 6 there, PNW. My instinct said it was ELW 124. So I'll go back and double check that, but I'm almost certain. But anyway, so for those of you new to the stream, with 2 raffles that we do on this channel, raffle number 1, a raffle that we do on the odd-numbered months, is the one that you enter with the Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. We got the Alphabet serial icon. We go on our Alphabets raffle. And the button next to that tells you how many you have. You can cash in 2,000 at a time for an entry into that raffle. Cash in 10,000 at a time. You think that 2,000 for 1, 10,000 for 5. Well, if you cash in 10,000 at once, we'll give you an extra one. We'll give you 6 for the price of 5. That's how you enter the Alphabets raffle. That drawing we do on the end toward the end of the odd-numbered months. Toward the end of the even-numbered months, and indeed in April we will do it on the 29th of April, which is a Tuesday. That's when we pull the winner of our landing rate raffle. In both cases, winner gets their choice of any item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. If you want a physical prize, a branded merch item for the stream, we got your choice of t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag, and I will ship that to you at my cost wherever you are in the world. If you would rather have instead an electronic gift card from either Amazon or Xplane.org store or simmarket.com, then you can choose one of those as well. Then we reset all the entries and start again for the following month. So again, Alphabets Points Raffle will choose the winner toward the end of May, and the landing rate raffle will choose toward the end of April. As a matter of fact, on the 29th of April. Alright, very good. So that's how that works. Let's go ahead and finish up the shutdown, and then we'll talk about what we've got coming up on the stream. So let me get back to the flow list. We'll assume that everybody's gotten out of the airplane now, so now it is time to take this sucker into power down mode. So nav 1, nav 2, DME. COM 1, COM 2, ADF1, ADF2. I was just about to mention there is a little bit of a glitch that the pilot client for VATSIM will still continue to play the audio until we shut the battery down, and then it will read the radios as dead. So a little bit of a glitch between the plane and the pilot client. Ordinarily you shut these radios down, you're not going to hear anything. But in this case, we'll continue to hear our tower controller for the next few minutes until I get the battery shut down. Anyway, so that's taken care of. Let's get down to the center pedestal. Yaw damper can come off. I think we already got that into standby. We're done. The brake temperatures are just reading ambient air temperature at that point, so we can shut down that monitor as well. Not to mention, the brake fans themselves can be shut off. Yaw damper and the avionics masters, the anti-skid can come off. Lift spoiler systems can come off. The cabin emergency lights can come off. The smoking sign can come off. Down here we can shut off the remaining, off the remaining pack. APU air can come off. APU come off. Left inner fuel pump can come off. And at this point it's just the electrical shutdown. Center tank transfer That's a fuel thing, obviously, but then the rest of it's basically an electrical shutdown. Galley switch, APU gen, there. Flight deck emergency lights off there. Bus ties off, standby inverter and generator off. Logo lights, nav lights. Oh, taxi lights, I never turned those off. Whoops. Sorry to the marshaller. Logo lights, that's there. And then we'll go ahead and get the battery switches, and then at this point, the pilot client does indeed correctly pick up the radios as powered down. You see the frequency turned from blue to white, and all these are grayed out. It's no longer transmitting or receiving on this frequency. Alright, let's go ahead and shut the doors. We'll leave the wheel chocks where they are. But close, close, and close. And that is it, friends. Whew. Long night. What a fun one. We always enjoy it. So our friends at VATUSA's advanced team, you know, like I said, they like to keep us dumb Yanks with new places to fly every now and then. So yeah, every week we have what we call the Friday Night Ops event, the FNO. And, you know, like I said, they like to change it up now and again and make sure that we have an opportunity to fly outside of our normal, you know, 25 or so same old airports. So tonight, we got one coming in on approach now. Kind of nice. We'll watch that happen as we wrap our thing up here. So yeah, tonight it was VATPAC, the Pacific division of VATSIM, and we always appreciate their partnership. Once a year or so, they do what they call the Friday Night Ops Down Under, the FNO Down Under, and yeah, truly appreciate it. So thanks again to our very good friends at VATPAC. Thanks again for our friends at VATUSA for setting this up, and hope that you guys that were along for the ride enjoyed and were entertained, and we appreciate your continued viewership. We appreciate your continued support in terms of the subscriptions and the cheer bits and the resubs and the gift subs and all that stuff, donations. You guys keep these monthly raffle drawings well funded, and of course all the other prizes that we do. We do a Super Bowl pool, we do a men's basketball pool. We're going to be giving away those prizes this weekend, Monday night actually, as we figure out who the men's basketball tournament winner will be here in the States. The NCAA men's college basketball will be wrapping up. We've got a pool going for that, and all kinds of other fun giveaways and special events that we do on the channel to give back. The money that comes into the stream, it's not to put in my pocket, friends. It's for me to give back to you in fun and exciting ways. So we always truly appreciate your support, as it really does enhance the stream itself, and thank you guys for being a part of it. What's coming up next? Well, like I said, now normally our show schedule is Tuesday nights and Friday nights, U.S. Eastern Time, starting at 7 p.m. We're going to do a 7 a.m. Sunday stream. We're going to be joining 24 hours of ZDC, my home facility within VATUSA, the facility that I control with. And again, if you ever want to know what's going on within VATUSA in terms of events, well, I guess if I go VATUSA.net and pilot tools, well, there's our banner right there, but pilot tools and events calendar, you can always see what we've got going on. So it starts tomorrow night at 7 p.m., and it's going to run all the way until 7 p.m. on Sunday. I've got the early shift, 7 a.m. Sunday morning. We're going to be down at Raleigh-Durham International Approach. So Raleigh Approach and Departure. So KRDU down in the southern part of ZDC's airspace. So you'll see me Sunday morning at 7 a.m. and we're going to do a 5-hour shift, 7 a.m. to noon. So I hope that you'll join me for that. Even if you're not able to fly in and populate the airspace, I hope that you'll come hang out with us in the live stream. Keep us entertained, keep us chatting, give us something to talk about while we're, probably handling a pretty leisurely flow of aircraft in and out of the airspace. So, again, if you're able to fly in, great. If not, certainly would enjoy you guys stopping by to hang out in the chat with us. The full show schedule is underneath the About tab, and it's also published over on our Discord server. The link to that Discord server will be reappearing momentarily in the lower right-hand side of the screen. And in addition to having our show schedule, it's also a great community over there. You've been hearing this realistic communication for flight simulation going on in the ears all night. It's the VATSIM network. It's a network of flight sim enthusiasts who act as virtual pilots and virtual air traffic controllers, operating aircraft by realistic procedures and communications. It's a ton of fun, but it can be a real steep learning curve if you're coming in cold. So we've got some tutorials. If you join that YouTube channel there on the lower left-hand side of your screen, there's a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. So if you're thinking about getting on VATSIM, but you don't know how to choose a proper call sign, how to file a flight plan with the right equipment codes, how to read the sectional charts if you're trying to do some VFR work, or how to put routes together, what to say to air traffic controllers, we got tutorials for all that information over there on that YouTube playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. So please feel free to check that out. If you look at those and you have questions about them, you can ask those questions right there in the comments, or once again, as I mentioned, come find us on our Discord server, and we'll be happy to do what we can to nudge you in the right direction. So it's a hobby that requires a lot of self-study, but we can at least certainly point you to the information that you need in order to find the answers that you're looking for. Happy to do that. Alright, well, what else we got? I guess the only other thing to talk about is Flight Sim Expo, that ad that's been flashing across the bottom of the screen. And man, it's just under 2 months away at this point. Here we are in the beginning of April, and Flight Sim Expo is toward the end of June. So June 27, 28, and 29, Providence, Rhode Island. It is a massive 3-day conference and trade show for flight simulation enthusiasts. A gigantic show floor, something like 30,000 square feet of show floor, with pretty much every hardware and software vendor for flight simulation you could think of that'll be showcasing their products and services there. Even some real-world training resources will be available there. There'll be a bunch of folks from VATSIM doing air traffic control live from the show floor, myself included. A lot of your favorite live streamers will be there. I am very pleased to announce that I am going to be one of the featured speakers. I've been kind of hinting at this for a while. I knew it was likely to be in the works, but I am going to be giving a seminar at Flight Sim Expo again this year. It'll be my third time. We're calling it VATSIM Myth Debunkers. So a little bit of a fun and lighthearted look at some of the myths that persist about VATSIM, and how to dispel some of those, and hopefully dispel some of the apprehension too, as we were saying. Getting on the network, it's a ton of fun, but there's some things that you'll need to know first, and so we'll give you some guidance and tips and tricks on that, but we'll also kind of let you know what the rumors about VATSIM are true, and which rumors about VATSIM maybe aren't as true. Alright, so that'll be Saturday. Present schedule is Saturday at 11 a.m. at Flight Sim Expo for that, but that's subject to change, but certainly will be one of the featured speakers up there, and I'm really excited about that. And those of you who participated in the survey that went around in terms of what you wanted to see and who you wanted to see speak at Flight Sim Expo, thank you very kindly for the support, because apparently mine was really highly, my proposal was really highly rated among the respondents. So I appreciate all of you who had a part in that. Anyway, so hope that you can get up there. FlightSimExpo.com. They have revealed the first round of exhibitors up there. They don't have the speaker schedule up yet, but they have revealed the first round of exhibitors. So if you want to know, hey, is such and such company going to be showing off their stuff up at Flight Sim Expo, go ahead over to FlightSimExpo.com. They've got the proposed show floor plan already posted up there. So some things yet still to be determined. It's not 100% finalized, but you can get a pretty good idea of who's going to be there, what they're going to be showing off, and what to expect from that show. 3-day event, like I said. Friday all day is nothing but brand new product reveal announcements all day Friday afternoon. And then Saturday and Sunday, you've got 2 days where you can wander around that show floor and just pretty much look at every brand new gadget and software package for Flight Sim that you can think of. And then the speaker schedule is all day Saturday and Sunday as well, so you can kind of pop back and forth between the show floor and the stage where the presentations are being given. It's just an amazing event. So brand new product reveals, panel discussions from your favorite streamers usually. They've got panel discussions on this or that topic about aviation safety, or how flight simulation can be used to enhance training, all kinds of just interesting topics. And it's a fantastic event. On top of all of that, though, the best thing about it is the social aspect. We make all these friends through these Twitch live streams. We make all these friends through the VATSIM network and the VATSIM community of Discords and message boards and all that stuff. And this is the one chance a year that we have to gather up all in one spot and hang out together and get to know each other in person rather than through these virtual platforms. Our very good friend Mustafa, twitch.tv, whoops, I guess it helps if I spell it right. So our very good friend Mustafa, who is a flight sim streamer, who sings he sings karaoke during his flights. He also once a month does a stream that is nothing but karaoke. He calls it Moose After Dark. We're doing a live version of Moose After Dark. We've reserved a private room at a venue very close by to the expo, Saturday night from 9 to midnight. If you're going to be either at Flight Sim Expo or just randomly in the Providence area, you want to check that out, go ahead and fill out that form. It's a private room. It's limited space, but as of right now, it looks like we've got enough to accommodate everyone who wants to come. You don't have to sing. You just have to come and hang out and watch us make fools of ourselves live in person rather than on the stream. So that'll be a nice change of pace for you. But if you're going to be there in Providence that weekend, go ahead and fill out that form if you're interested in hanging out with us for that karaoke, 9 to midnight. Again, you do have to be 21 plus, but you don't have to sing if you don't want to. But let us know that you're interested in doing that so that we can manage the limited space that we have and figure out who we're able to invite to that. Alright, I guess that'll wrap it up then. Let's see who we've got on that is doing some flight sim content for you. Cross Hyper is still up and flying. I imagine he's pretty close to done. Yeah, he's over 5 hours in. Oh, is he? Where is he? You pulling up like right next to us? Oh no, he ended in Adelaide. He ended where we started. Okay. But anyway, he's taxiing in and closing up shop, it looks like. Let us see about... Oh, BW Flight Simulation, he's also flying this event. I don't know if I've seen him do a flight stream in forever. He's mostly a air traffic controller on VATSIM. He's the opposite of me. I do mostly flying, but I do some air traffic control. He does mostly air traffic control and some flying. But he is on his way to Sydney, it looks like, to wrap up. And we'll shoot you over to him. BW Flight Simulation, Brett is his name. And he's wrapping up this event as well. Looks like he's heading in towards Sydney to close up shop there. So we'll send you over to him. Tell Brett, but Brett's one that I hang out with at Flight Sim Expo pretty much every year, although I don't think he's coming to this one. Sad to say. He's a West Coast guy, so it's not that surprising. Providence, Rhode Island's a little bit of a long trek for those West Coasters. But anyway, we'll go ahead and shoot you over to him. Tell him Slant Alpha sends his love, and hope that you enjoy the rest of his trip down under. Guys, thanks for hanging in with us. We appreciate it. And we'll see you Sunday morning from the Tracon room down at Raleigh-Durham International. So a 7 a.m. stream coming up just about, what is that, about 18 hours? No, not... What's 24/6? 30 hours from now, right? So 7 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday morning. In the meantime, have a great start to your weekend. We'll catch you on the second half. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your own travels and adventures between now and then, guys. Live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, we are signing off. Tell BW we send our love, and take care. Good night, guys.